Good morning. We're live from Council Chambers.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll get right at it. We've got a lot to take care of over the next few weeks here. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor, who sits beside you? Aaron Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Tang. Okay, we'll come back around. And Mayor Sohi is away on city business. Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay, and I'll just do a quick check here for Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mayor Sohi is back. Good morning. And Councillor Hamilton or Councillor Cartmel? No.
They're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a few minutes to sign in.
All right.
Carry on.
All right. Any protocol items this morning? Seeing none, I think we'll move on to our item 7.11. And I believe we have a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, councillors, for inviting me here today to speak about the police budget for Edmontonians. The Commission was pleased to present this budget to Council and City Administration, which was part of a 10-month process to determine how to adequately fund the police service, or EPS, to ensure an effective level of community safety in the city that Edmontonians both desire and deserve. I will mention for the public that Council has already approved a one-year funding formula which will support the EPS operating budget for 2023. I will also note that you have asked us to return with additional funding formula options in Q1 of 2023, so you can assess how the funding formula should look in years to come. This is slightly different than other city departments as they do not yet have approval on what their future budgets could look like. Since we're here with the 2023 operating budget already established by Council, we assure you the service will operate within the amounts you have approved under that funding formula. Today, we're here to discuss how our operating fund supports community safety and our strategic goals, as well as to answer any questions you may have about the capital budget requests that we have made. There are serious community safety problems facing Edmonton, and many are problems that the police are required to address by law. It is the Commission's legislated purpose to ensure an arm's-length separation exists between elected officials and the police, and to make sure that the police service is adequately funded to support the community safety for the citizens of Edmonton. The proposed police budget represents what the Commission feels is needed not only to make this city safer and more inclusive for everyone, but also to ensure the gains we have seen by policing differently are maintained and enhanced. For this reason, it is crucial that the public is given accurate and complete information regarding Edmonton's policing budget. When you say that the city's proposed budget is filled with difficult choices, I get it. Believe me, I understand. As elected officials, you have a very hard job to do. No one is refuting that. You have to make tough choices every day. That's what you've been elected to do. However, I'm asking for those tough choices to not unduly impact community safety of Edmontonians, nor to make it harder for the dedicated officers and employees who serve this city each and every day through their work in EPS. Let me make clear for the public, the police budget represents 15.1% of the city's proposed 2023 operating expenditures. This 15.1% is reported on page 24 of the city's 2023 to 2026 proposed operating budget and plans. To put that into perspective, the next largest expenditure is transit service at 12.8%, and then debt repayment at 10.6%. When you look at page 34 of the 2023 to 2026 What We Heard report released by the city in October, a similar story takes shape. Community services and attractions was the largest operating expenditure in 2022 at 15.6%. The police budget was at 15.4%. Followed by transit at 13.1 and debt repayment at 10.1. Further reading of this report on page 2 of Appendix C yields that participants of this budget engagement exercise recognized high-value services cost money and noted that increased property taxes to ensure valuable services are maintained, including the police service, and that the city's debt is paid down. On page 4 of Appendix C, it is noted that participants also said to focus on essential and core services, noting that they would like to see the city focus on essential services and not reduction in essential and core services. Page 10 of this appendix identifies that most participants often referred to police, emergency services, and road maintenance as these essential and core services. Another engagement exercise conducted by the City of Edmonton was its Service Satisfaction Survey. Page 6 of this survey shows 87% of Edmontonians surveyed reported that community safety was important to them. Yet only 45% are satisfied with the job the city is doing to provide that service. Page 10 highlights that 64% want to see an increase in the level of financial investment in community safety. This information comes from the city's own published reports. It is also consistent with engagement that was conducted by the Commission. Earlier this year, we hired Leger to survey a statistically representative sample of Edmonton's demographics, and the results were published on our website. 44% of the respondents felt that community safety in Edmonton has decreased over the last 2 years. Nearly half of the respondents said that EPS budget for 2022-23 should be increased over that of the previous year. Only 20% felt like the service was overfunded. In addition, half of the respondents said the City of Edmonton should increase investment in programs and services addressing social issues. The Commission knows there needs to be a continuum of support to address many of the social issues that are facing Edmonton. That's why we hired a police chief who is implementing our vision for a different way of policing than what has been relied on in the past. However, we do know that taking money away from the police in December and giving that money to another agency and expecting a one-for-one return on value in January of 2023 is simply unachievable, and it would be misleading to state otherwise. When Edmontonians dial 911 outside of regular business hours, it is primarily the police who respond for the call for service. Other agencies simply do not exist at this time to meaningfully reduce calls for service for the police. Other agencies could be created, but they need to be carefully constructed and tested to ensure they take a measurable amount of workload off the plate of the police in a manner that is safe to the workers as well as the public. Until the city develops business cases and tests different methods of service delivery, the bulk of this work will continue to fall on the police service, whether we wish it or not. The public needs to be aware that the Commission supports investing upstream and looking for alternative service delivery. However, this will not immediately change the workload for the police overnight. I want to state this clearly once again. This is something that we need to work towards over time. At its core, effective policing is about finding long-term solutions that support community safety for everyone. Redirecting police funding into purely social services does not address the legitimate enforcement needs which, in many circumstances, only the police are able to provide. That is why we need a combined approach, which is exactly what the Commission has been pushing for with this Edmonton Police Service. Mental health and addictions are serious issues that need to be addressed. One would hope that the province would step in and increase funding for these supports, because frankly, healthcare falls under the provincial jurisdiction, whereas police funding is the responsibility of the municipality. It is the Commission's legislated role to ensure the police service has adequate funding to support the community safety needs required by this city. That means having the necessary resources to tackle crime and disorder and ensure community safety. Policing in Edmonton looks expensive on the surface when you only look at per capita spending, but that does not tell the whole story. Focusing on per capita cost measures to determine police funding would put Edmonton at a disadvantage. For example, Edmonton has a higher crime rate than Calgary. Those are calls to the police service by citizens related to criminal activity. Edmonton also has higher rates of crime severity and violent crime severity than Calgary. Those are calls made by the citizens of Edmonton on serious criminal matters, including sexual assault, rape, murder, and other violent crimes. These calls of service are resource intensive, meaning they cost lots of money to investigate. Edmontonians need police resources to be available, whether they call 911 or the non-emergent line. More resources are required when a city has higher calls to 911 and to the police. It's that simple. Yes, community safety costs a lot, but it's an important investment to make. As a Commission, we are pleased with the work done by EPS in advancing the strategic goals set out by the Commission related to doing things differently in policing with a focus on outcome-based programming to address crime and disorder. When we presented Council with EPS's 2021 annual report nearly 3 weeks ago, you saw just how the service is following through on its commitment to improve community safety and inclusivity in Edmonton. That's an investment that can continue to make by approving the police budget and supporting the work that EPS does to make this city a safer place for everyone. The Commission did not rubber stamp this budget, not by any means. In fact, we directed the service to present us with prudent spending decisions based on the goals of community safety and inclusivity. Additionally, we asked EPS to only present budget proposals that align with its strategic goals to ensure new funding is being allocated to areas of critical importance to the service, the Commission, and the public. As a result, the budget before you represents a thoughtful approach to police spending that is intended to adequately fund community safety in Edmonton. The budget was also informed by engagement efforts of the Commission with Citizens' Perception Survey by Leger, using a representative sample of Edmonton's demographics, as well as Indigenous consulting firm Palmetto Consulting to engage with our underrepresented populations. Results of the survey told us the largest portion of respondents think that the Edmonton Police Service is underfunded. Those who felt the service is underfunded do so because more funding for the police service is needed as the city grows, and there were unsustainable cuts made to the police budget. Respondents said they'd like to see more training, hiring more police officers, more frontline staff, and a collaboration with social services to divert people from contact with the justice system. Almost half of the Leger survey respondents think the police budget should be increased. Another 40% think the number of services provided by EPS should be increased. Engagement conducted by Palmetto Consulting brought extensive experience working with historically underrepresented groups to supplement the panel surveys which were conducted by Leger. This engagement allowed the Commission to hear feedback from roundtable discussions with underrepresented populations in Edmonton. As a result of these engagement efforts, the Commission was able to gather information from the public on what the police budget should look like, what should be our priorities, where are the gaps, what type of services are needed, as well as other valuable information. The Commission will continue to advocate for adequate police funding to provide this important public service that so many Edmontonians depend on each and every day. Today, we ask you to support that public service. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Chief McPhee for additional comments and a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity here to speak with you today. I also want to thank Chair McDougall for his opening remarks, and to all the Commission members who have worked over the past year to ask difficult questions, put EPS to the test, and bring forth a budget that doesn't just support community safety, but it also supports Council's overall vision of a healthy, safe, and prosperous city. It's not lost on me that today is the beginning of an arduous process for you, one that includes a lot of tough decisions, many of which will greatly influence Edmonton's future. But this said, it's also not lost on me that our number two risk from our auditor this year is officer wellness within our police service. I've never seen this at this particular point before. And so when the chair has clearly articulated many of our own thoughts on this year's budget process, so I'm going to switch gears. Rather than talk about numbers and dollar figures, I'd like to talk to you about the people doing the work that our conversations today are about, and our many conversations prior have ultimately circulated around the front lawn. Now, I've chosen my words deliberately. Some of my thoughts and ideas came from my recent conference that I was in Dallas, and I was speaking to Mayor Sohi about this when he attended our awards banquet not that long ago, and I want to thank and personally recognize you for doing that. Thank you. There was a group of leadership in Minneapolis that were talking about the troubles that they have today. Homicide rates have tripled, violence has gone through the roof, they're 800 officers short, and they have well less than 100 applications to fill those roles in 2022. And then it was a glimmer of hope when the mayor of Dallas came in and spoke. And he spoke to us, and just before to paint that picture, he's a person of color, he's a person with lived experience, he's also a person with business experience. And he talks about how this hasn't worked and it's put us in a bad position. But then he also talks about this, and he leaves these examples. He says, we ask our police members to think like lawyers, act like psychologists, train like athletes, and react like soldiers to protect our citizens when our community is at significant risk. All of this only to be measured by how many Twitter likes you can be critical. And I think that really helped me focus on what I want to say to you today. We characterize them as many different things: police officers, patrol constables, sworn members, but I say front lines because it's often forgotten, and that's what they are. And they're often left out of the equation in discussing the challenges all frontline professionals such as nurses, EMS, and firefighters face. Police officers are frontline workers too. Make no mistake, they're the very front of the front line. These are the folks who are out of every single hour of every single day interacting with our community, dealing with the good and the bad. And let's face it, we have our share of both. And often making it safe enough for others to do their work. They do this regardless of circumstance, regardless of the conversations we have here today, regardless of what's said on social media, and they will continue to do it with an unwavering commitment to public safety. When the average community member thinks about the Edmonton Police Service, these are the people they think of. Not me, not any of the deputies or EPS staff you see here today. They think of the people walking the beat, driving around in a patrol car, who are there to help them in their time of need. Our front lines are the people responding to and witnessing the impacts of Edmonton's crime, disorder, victimization, compounding social issues that have grown exponentially over many years. The reality is, though, we've seen 3 solid years of reduction in crime in the neighborhood of 21%, severity preliminary numbers, but as we said when we were here a year ago, when we made some decisions, this is going to go up, and guess what 22 is? It's going up exponentially. Calls stack, the pressure builds, our front line can only be in so many places at once, but they're pivoting time and time again to get the job done. Despite what some may think, simply having a badge doesn't make them impervious to fatigue. Where some may say this is what police officers sign up for, I say no. They did not sign up for battling the exhaustion of their workload with the mental toll of mounting economic, social, and political factors. I'm often asked if EPS is doing its share to use budget effectively, if we've done enough to optimize resources. I can assure you we stretched our people to what often feels like an unreasonable degree. We make considerable effort moving people around, redeploying resources to stay ahead of the demands of our front line. Though it's still in its early days, our new 10-squad model shows promise. Our collision reporting centers have freed up officers, adjustments to our front counter hours, although a shift in what Edmontonians are used to, were necessary to ensure we have the right resources in the right place at the right time. More than 20 teams and initiatives have been moved, merged, or collapsed, and work transferred to have enough officers to fully staff our front patrol model, the 10-squad model. It's working, but it's vulnerable to many major shifts or changes. It's very, very delicate balance. All of this has been done on top of moving people in, advancing of healthy streets, money for place, which, as I had said, only comes into effect in January of 2023. We've moved all of our crime suppression work into Chinatown, 118th Ave, Kingsway, and the core. To be clear, this is a short-term solution that isn't sustainable. You can't just move things around and expect to get officers trained when it takes a year to 18 months, and that's why delays take their toll. But to make this work, crime suppression isn't being done sufficiently in other parts of the city, and we're seeing evidence of displacement. This isn't reasonable long-term, so we're moving quickly to put staff in place for the Healthy Streets Operation Center, as we know it's up and running right now, for which funding will be provided. Still, our ability to adapt and make these shifts speaks volume to the agility and responsiveness of our people. The budget before you is a testament to that work, to the countless reprioritization and operational efficiency exercise we've undertaken, and to the work we've done with the Commission in bringing you a reasonable approach adequately funding our community safety efforts. we believe, the Commission has fulfilled their legislative mandate to provide effective, adequate policing for our citizens with the appropriate tools and resources to do that. Many jurisdictions across North America are seeing massive pendulum swing in response, as I mentioned earlier when we were in the U.S., to police defunding, to refunding police services above and beyond what they were ever funded. In fact, some of our colleagues in major Canadian cities are experiencing this right now. The latest which we have all read about is Vancouver. To be clear, this also is not our goal, nor does this align with the direction the Commission has set for us. We've been asked to do things differently, and we have. To change what policing looks like in Edmonton, and we have. We've made considerable progress under this Commission's direction and remain steadfast in our commitment to our new model, something we hope to bring much more focus in 2023. The budget is thoughtful, encompasses items that are critical to police operations, and keeps us on course with our overall strategy. It's my hope that our conversations today, you'll all recognize this. I'll now thank you for your time, and I'm going to let Executive Director Lori Lorenz from our Value and Impact Division share her presentation, our budget presentation. Lori?
Thank you, Chief, and good morning, Mayor and City Council members. Beside me to my left, as well as Executive Director Sean Tout from our Information Management and Intelligence Division, as well as Executive Director Rob Davison from our Business Development Division. Next slide. In 2020, the Edmonton Police Service updated its vision, mission, and values to reflect the changing demands and expectations of policing in a growing city with a diverse population. We are committed to establishing ourselves as a forward-thinking police service that strengthens public trust through addressing crime, harm, and disorder. And our mission to be relentless on crime and a leading partner in building community safety remains, as well as our values of integrity, accountability, respect, innovation, courage, and community. Next slide. The Edmonton Police Service deals with a high-intensity workload, from our emergency communications staff to patrol, from our frontline workers to those conducting investigations. Our members are extraordinarily busy. They respond to 10,033 calls for service per day. The figures on this slide were provided to you during our annual report presentation a few weeks ago, so I won't go through each in detail, but I would like to focus on two: firearms occurrences and our help teams. On average, we respond to one firearm event per day. A single shooting event takes up roughly 6 hours of officer time, with multiple officers involved causing a significant draw on resources. To give you an idea of how significant that is, several Fridays ago, officers responded to 3 shooting events. The next morning, there were 45 stacked calls on the board. So that means that there were 45 calls for service that we did not get to, that carried over to the next day. In 2021, our help team supported 838 community members, leading to an average of 2 community members diverted from the justice system per day, and a monthly reduction of 33.5% in social disorder violations. This work has been invaluable and demonstrates what can be done when we take a multidisciplinary approach to community safety and well-being. These 2 figures demonstrate application of our strategic goal of balancing enforcement and support, which underpins our strategic direction. As we and the Chief have shared with you many times, in the last 3 years we saw significant decreases in our average rate of crime and crime severity. Going into 2022, and as expected coming out of COVID and lockdowns, we have noticed an alarming increase across multiple crime severity categories. Next slide. Initiatives such as our commitment to action have been integral in helping us shape our work and our future in response to community needs and feedback. Through commitment to action engagement, we heard from many members of the community. These messages and themes continue to influence our decisions today. When we changed our strategic focus in 2020, the input gathered from the engagement process revealed a striking degree of consistency amongst the diverse and unique communities in Edmonton. While concepts and concerns were presented, participants articulated many common priorities. People expressed wanting more officer presence, continued community relations and partner development, a shift in how we deal with social causes of crime, and they want to continue to have a say. Coming out of all of this, engagement has continued and many improvement initiatives have been implemented. Next slide. The recently released 2023 to 2026 EPS strategic plan builds on the success of the 2020 to 2022 strategic plan and is driven by the priorities set by the Commission. Despite the impacts of COVID-19 and increasingly complex social issues that challenged our resources and service delivery, we saw measurable progress toward many of our defined outcomes in the previous strategic plan. However, trends we are seeing so far in 2022 indicate that we can't afford to relax these efforts, and we must continue to invest resources and people in the right places at the right time to get the right outcomes for community safety and well-being. One of the main changes in the new strategic plan was the addition of the Connect, Share, and Evolve goal, which highlights our commitment to listen, learn, and evolve in lockstep with the communities that we serve. It reflects a commitment to learn from Edmontonians to meet the needs of the community while delivering on our legal mandates under the Police Act, the Criminal Code, and provincial standards. Next slide. The Edmonton Police Commission has been working with EPS over the past 2 years to develop operating and capital budgets that will meet the needs of Edmontonians. This started in 2021 with capital budget business cases were presented for review. We follow city guidelines, but however, we have to start much earlier. Through a comprehensive review and consultation, EPC worked with EPS to develop the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan. This was based on current performance measures, employee feedback, operational considerations, leading practice, and other external factors and trends. In June of this year, the Commission undertook a 3-day workshop with EPS leadership to gain an in-depth understanding of current EPS operational budgets. The strategy was tested through public consultation and assessed against workforce impacts and budget realities to determine what initiatives EPS could move forward with. These factors informed our 2023 to 2026 business plan and the proposed operating and capital budgets. Formally, these are the touch points we had with the Police Commission. But in order to develop this budget, we had multiple sessions and worked closely together prior to our final submission. Next slide. EPS is committed to a safe city, one that we know is being built for 2 million people. EPS strategic goals and the business and capital plans that underline them are similarly aligned with the city's overall goals of being a safe and prosperous city. Under each of the pillars of the 2050 plan, EPS planning supports your efforts. Our efforts to balance support and enforcement and to deliver service through effective partnerships underlines the overall goal of a healthy city. Safety is a fundamental pillar of community health. In fact, you don't have well-being if you don't have safety. In our planning, we seek to align with the goals of Council's strategic plan, Connect Edmonton, to support the development of remarkable, vibrant urban spaces. Our efforts are aligned both in terms of how we allocate resources, but also in how we connect our efforts to the local community. For example, through a new patrol model that ensures consistent levels of service citywide and through crime suppression teams that can provide localized response, all information is based on programs that are highly integrated and data-driven to ensure information is made available no matter where we deliver, and our community-level actions both support neighborhood safety and share information to support community safety overall. Edmonton is the heart of a region of 1.5 million people and is one of many urban centers, but it has the major downtown core at the heart of the region. The downtown is the heartbeat, and focused efforts to support downtown vibrancy will pay dividends across the region. In addition, information sharing and partnerships can have the effort of lessening boundaries between centers when it comes to safety. Finally, as an organization that is active in every part of the community, we are conscious of our footprint. Our investments and activities must be mindful of our carbon footprint. In this, we seek to align with the city's overall efforts in terms of how we invest in our fleet and how we seek our new materials and opportunities to make more sustainable choices. Next slide. To understand our recommended budget submission for the next 4 years, we need to look back at the years prior, our journey together and how we've arrived at today. One of the things I would like to emphasize is how much we have done together as a service and commission prior to police being elevated into the political forum as it is now. You'll note on this slide includes year-to-year optimization efforts paired with budget reductions and external factors impacting our environment. This brings us to the $407 million tax levy budget that is the basis of conversation today. Our journey starts in 2019 when we were the third highest on the crime severity index. The EPC indicated that they wished to see system change that enhanced relationships with the community and partners, and soon Chief McPhee joined EPS. Upon his arrival, we developed the service's first strategic plan and undertook the biggest restructuring at the service to date. This marked the beginning of our work towards repositioning and optimizing our resources to better respond to community need. We were already moving down this path when the public hearings on police reform amplified our need to continue working in this direction. We thought the public hearings and the expressions of lived experience validated our approach and added a sense of urgency to the work we had begun. But still, unanticipated funding cuts were applied to satisfy political calls. This on top of additional funding impacts such as changes from the province and the cost of city-led initiatives such as Enterprise Commons. To work within this, we undertook even more resource optimization year over year, leading us to today, where just a few weeks ago we implemented our new patrol model to respond to the increasing demands on the front lines. Meanwhile, all of our work has been informed by a major engagement effort, the commitment to action, that we referenced previously. At every step, we use the input gathered to inform how we do our work. Although it has been a challenge to make the changes outlined on the slide, EPS is committed to being responsive and agile. We welcome the level of accountability that our Police Commission has been holding us to, and it has challenged us to continue innovating to ensure critical services are delivered in the community in a time of fiscal restraint. I know in all of your discussions on budget and with others who have presented, you have sought to see efficiencies achieved. We have been achieving these efficiencies despite seeing unprecedented increase for demand for service. Next slide. On June 7th, 2022, City Council passed the motion that the Edmonton Police Service receives operating funding of $407 million, which is our net operating requirement, starting in 2023 on an ongoing basis. As a result of this motion, the transfer from Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve was placed with tax levy funding. On August 15th, City Council approved a multi-year one-time funding for Healthy Streets Operations Center for 2023 to 2024. On October 7th, City Council approved $743 million for 2023 as part of a revised EPS funding formula and related policy. The funding formula is intended to provide funding to manage the financial impacts of population growth, inflation, and operating impacts of capital projects that are funded by EPS. City Council approved the revised funding formula on October 7th only, and Council will consider the funding formula for 2024 to 2026 during Q1 of 2023. When the funding formula is approved in perpetuity, this will limit the number of service packages put forth by EPS. For 2024 to 2026, the purpose of including service packages is to highlight the EPS requirements that are currently unfunded until a decision is made on the funding formula. Next slide. This slide outlines the funding requirements of EPS for 2023 to 2026 across all budget categories. This slide shows the operating budget currently approved to date, excluding what will be discussed regarding the funding formula. The capital renewal and capital growth on the slide is 100% of what we are requesting. And the operating impacts of capital is what is needed in the capital growth if the capital growth is approved. It is important to note that operating impacts of capital are for growth projects only. If the growth projects are approved by Council, operating impacts of capital must be managed within the funding formula allocation. Next slide. To review our capital renewal projects, these include radio life cycle replacement to ensure officers have functional and effective communication infrastructure and equipment. IT system infrastructure sustainment to ensure critical pieces such as our network, servers, security, and telecom equipment meet operational needs. IT applications sustainment to ensure EPS remains a data-driven and intelligence-led organization, and police equipment to ensure items such as personal protective equipment and investigative equipment are reliable for day-to-day operations. City administration has recommended a 75% reduction from requested funding to renewal profiles. If this proceeds, EPS is at a serious risk. If these projects are not fully funded, EPS will be challenged to provide public safety services to the standard that communities expect. This includes the potential for unplanned or unexpected downtime of systems that support police. This could happen to mission-critical system, which would severely impact police abilities to respond to requests for support. It also increases the likelihood of exposure to a security risk, compromising sensitive information and public safety, which is one of the largest growth crime areas. For our infrastructure sustainment, this would result in an inability to run police dispatch, records management, intelligence systems, and data retention systems. For our applications sustainment, this means that updates and upgrades will not be available, which could lead to exposure to security risks, application errors, or unexpected outages. EPS would also have difficulty meeting current legislative obligations and responding to new legislative changes. In addition, not fully funding EPS renewal projects would not allow for planned incremental improvements on police equipment. This could have direct and significant impacts to the safety of frontline officers, in addition to the lack of coordinated and effective response to public requests for support. Subsection 27 of the Alberta Police Act mandates that a municipality that has assumed responsibility for establishing a municipal police service under Section 4 or 5 shall establish and maintain an adequate and effective municipal police service under the general supervision of a municipal police commission. Adequate and effective is defined within the roles and responsibilities part of the Alberta provincial policing standards, and as a police service will be deemed adequate and effective if the legislative requirements and policing standards are met. It's the Commission's responsibility to ensure the Edmonton Police Service is appropriately funded for the effective and efficient deployment of its resources to meet these standards. Next slide. This slide represents the requested capital funding of EPS growth capital projects. This request is supported by our Police Commission. To review, capital growth projects include in-car video, to link into our larger video management strategy to provide additional transparency, support active operations, and improve court outcomes. IT system application enhancements to assist in the completion of legislatively required technology practices, find organizational efficiencies, and assist in intelligence analysis. And relocation of police seized vehicle storage lot to accommodate increasing demand on the facility. Administration has recommended $11.8 million to IT applications enhancement profile out of the $14.4 million requested. We are currently piloting in-car video. We have 2 installed and 32 on their way for installation. And along with these capital growth requests, there will be operating impacts of capital dollars required as outlined on the previous slide. The only thing currently recommended for funding is the $11.8 million towards our IT applications enhancement profile. In-car video and the reallocation and expansion of our police vehicle storage lot was not recommended for funding. Our commission has been fiscally responsible for reducing our asks and holding us to the standard of adequate and effective provisions of service. Our commission has advanced what is critical for holding adequate and effectively policing, and the growth asks are what are minimally tied to maintaining service and what our community expects of us. Next slide. Even under the most ideal circumstances, law enforcement will always be a difficult job. Organizational change in a profession that requires so much of its employees, from safety risk to personal sacrifice, we must acknowledge officer realities to be successful. Former Boston Police Chief Ed Davis says that in culture change, striking a balance of what is necessary. If you only focus on officer safety, they will see everyone as a threat. If you ignore it, they will think of community policing as soft and just a public relations stunt. But if you balance it, you can speak to their concern about their own safety, but also instill in them the fact that not everyone in the community is an enemy. Then real change is possible. Policing is changing, the Edmonton Police Service is changing, and our city is changing. The foundations of traditional police work have shifted, and every day we face new forms of crime, advancing technology, and ever-evolving community relationships that fundamentally alter what it means to be a police officer. Our business is extremely complex. We need the tools and strategy to match. Moving past solely focusing on enforcement requires communication and partnership, and that is at the heart of what EPS is trying to achieve. That is the future we are moving toward. I personally joined the EPS in 2018, and joining an organization that provides an essential service to Edmontonians was very exciting to me. The work that has been done, and especially by the front line, in this service is beyond what I would have expected if asked for over 4 years ago. Community safety is the foundation of a healthy city, and to be a part of an organization that is dedicated to Edmontonians and has taken action at a time where there have been more roadblocks than ever before, we have also made historic achievements more than ever before. And I'm proud to present a budget that combines that commitment with the financial accountability necessary today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, and nice to see you all, Chief, you, your team, and Commission Chair, you and your team. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for making the presentation. I want you to know that this council absolutely values the work that EPS does, your frontline workers and those who support those frontline workers to keep our communities safe and healthy. So thank you so much for that service to all of you. And I'll open up the questions from council now. Just give me 1 second before the screen is cleared. Okay, colleagues, questions? Okay. You must have done a very good job. Here you go, Constable Principe.
No, yeah, you did do a good job, but I still have some questions.
Yeah.
So you mentioned about the crime suppression tactics or teams covering Chinatown. How has that impacted other areas of this city? Has there been an impact that you've noticed?
Well, it's certainly displacing it, yes. I mean, we predicted that. I mean, I'll go back to the original strategy was to build the outside strong before you go to some of the areas that are experiencing difficulties. Obviously, due to the unforeseen circumstances and the need, we went there first. So you're going to see that, but that's why eventually when the funding actually comes in 2023, we need to actually build up back some of the perimeters as well. So you actually are prepared for that. But absolutely, it's going to displace now. We've got a great relationship with the city, the CSOs, the TPOs, the transit. It's going to take a lot of work, even though the money isn't there. It's up and running. Certainly, it hasn't got the building that it was supposed to get, and that's being worked on. I'm not sure why that's taken so long, Andre, and I've talked about that lots. But it is making a difference there. The community contacts that they've had, some of the things in relation to the warrants, dealing with some of the encampments and the difficult situations, it is, but there is a displacement, which is why we have to make sure that we're building this on a lasting, ongoing position and not just on a one-time basis.
Yeah, thank you for that. And okay, so there are some unfunded packages in the budget. What would be the impact if those were not funded?
Well, as you know, Executive Director Lorenz did it. There's a lot of different things in there in relation to some of our critical infrastructure. I mean, CPIC, a lot of the things in our CRIMS project, that's the lifeline to the officers. It's also the ability to operate evidence-based, completing the dispatch and things like that, and in-car cameras. Those are all things that we've committed to that were part of the commitment to action. So there's lots of impacts, and each of them have different impacts. Lori, do you want to add something to that?
Well, if we go through, in our I-10, I did reference it in the presentation, but when it comes to our radio life cycle, as an example, the next replacement cycle for radios is planned in 2023. So at this time, we need to replace all portable, mobile, base station, and suitcase radios. So without doing that, I mean, we can't have, those radios are backup even if our 911 goes down, so we wouldn't have the proper communication and officer safety. As well as our police IT systems infrastructure sustainment. This is required to sustain the performance and reliability of foundational infrastructure. So if we don't have those things, this means securing and upgrading hardware platforms, performing software upgrades. So the anticipated outcome of this will be to continue our operations of the systems that are used today, but we need to modernize them. We will not be able to proactively replace equipment as it reaches the end of its useful life cycle if we don't do that right now. And I can go into application sustainment and those types of things, but essentially, there's a lot of risks.
Hey, and just to compound that, and I could get Ron Anderson to answer this question better, but we don't just pick these numbers out of the air. There's a lot of research, a lot of evidence base. Ron belongs to the National IT Committee. And Ron, maybe you just want to kind of maybe give a little bit of background how you determine some of the life cycle.
Thanks, Chief. Depending on the type of hardware we're dealing with, they have different normal life cycles in an operational setting. So radios, the portables have a certain life cycle. The desktop ones where the dispatchers use have a different life cycle. Those are planned years out, so multiple years out, 5 to 7 to 10 years, depending on the pieces of equipment. Same thing in servers, just like your home computer. They have a usable lifespan over the course of that time, and if we push that out, they're going to be replaced at some later point in time. I think one of the other areas for us that is a concern about particularly sustainment pieces is that vendors will only support certain pieces of equipment or software as long as the version or the age of the software or hardware isn't past a certain date. So once you reach that, we are on our own essentially for fixing or trying to maintain or figure out what the problem is because the vendor no longer supports that particular software or that particular hardware. That's one of the grave concerns for us. From the operational side, the longer you have a piece of equipment, and we operate 24/7, so our computers are on generally 24/7, and our radios are on all the time as well. The wear and tear on those and the amount of abuse they take over time, particularly in some of the environments the radios operate in on the streets, they do not last as long as you would like to have them last in a perfect setting.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to move the motion, please?
Sorry, I was expecting more questions. Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, please, yeah.
I hear what you're saying with respect to the lack of, or the deficit in terms of capital renewal, and I thank you for clarifying with Councillor Principe, but there's, I think across the board, only 25% renewal in the entire organization. So what's the plan if council doesn't support renewal, like additional renewal dollars?
So I can speak to the IT side. We would essentially be going back to drawing board with the commission as well to look at the items that we would be most willing to accept risk on without jeopardizing the public or our officers' safety. There's a limited number of systems that we can actually choose to make or equipment that we could choose to accept risk in. And then we would bring that back to commission to look at that. I can tell you 25% will not cover all the ones that aren't extremely high risk.
So would you have to pull from other profiles? Would you have to come back to the
So
commission
we would
or
work
council?
with commission, for example, if we had growth, we would work with commission or the service and look at how we could move other capital to higher priority. So if it's a growth versus sustainment question, at that time, we would work through and see what we would do, which means we're returning back to commission and council to do SCBAs or some other funding transfer to accommodate that. There are certain things that we cannot allow to fail because 911 and emergency services must arrive, and that means radios, that means technology, that means information flows.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, I'll move receipt of information.
Need a second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
Jan's opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're waiting for one vote.
In support.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried 12-1. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to our rest of the agenda. Can we take maybe a 5-minute break? Yeah, maybe 10 for administration to prepare. We'll take a 10-minute break.
And we are live from council chambers.
Okay, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a quick roll call of council members. Slowly, Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor
Is that
Principe,
hello? Is that what-
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Please accept the information that I am here.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
I'm here, Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Still here.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, before we start the budget deliberation process of our council meeting, I invite someone to put the main capital budget motion on the floor. That's what we need, right? We need a motion on the floor.
Could we just suspend the rules before
Should we
do
suspend the
that?
rules first? Where's Aileen? Oh, there you are. Okay. Guess isn't, so my notes are in a reverse order then. Okay, I'll go to the, okay. At this time, I would ask that someone moves the following motion to suspend some of our rules. The rules recommended for suspension were included in the Office of the City Clerk report on November 14th, 2022, and are on the screen for your reference. Let's see if they are. They will be. Here we go. Councillor Hamilton, can you please do that?
Yes, I'll move that the following sections of council procedures bylaw 18155 be waived for the discussion of items 8.1, 9.1, 9.2, 10.1, and 10.2. That section 28.1, the councillor may not amend their own motion. 28.5, during debate an amendment to a motion. During debate on an amendment to a motion, councillors may only debate the amendment. And 38.4, during a council meeting, councillors may only ask questions once in relation to a single item for up to 5 minutes unless council by motion permits councillors to ask questions for up to an additional 5 minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please, any questions on the suspending of procedures? Seeing none, please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans?
It's not coming up. We're still in the November 30th, right? Okay,
Yeah.
yep, I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, all right, now I will ask someone to put the main capital budget motion on the floor.
Mayor Sohi, I'm prepared to move the main capital motion. I don't have the precise wording in front of me, however.
Okay. There we go.
There we go, thank you. So I will move that the 2023-2026 capital budget for tax-supported operations in the amount of $7.75 billion as outlined in Attachment 1 of the October 31st, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01393, comprised of $6.976 billion in 2023-2026 and $0.775 billion in 2027 and beyond, be approved with the following revision: that the Lewis Farms Community Recreation Center and Library profile be reduced by $57.9 million, the cost escalation amount added for this profile, and that it be removed from Attachment 1.
Second. Second by Councillor Rice. Okay, all right. So we have a motion on the floor for the capital budget. Now I understand that our city manager and chief financial officer have a presentation that they would like to make. And I also understand that within that presentation, there is some information that needs to be shared with us in camera. What I would suggest is that we get the presentation both public and then we go into private to discuss the private part component of the presentation. I'll turn over to a city manager, and so please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of council. Prior to starting deliberations, we have a short presentation. With me today is Stacey Padbury, the Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager of Financial Corporate Services. We've got all of our Deputy City Managers here. Harm Rai, the Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial and Corporate Services, Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development, and of course Felicia Muthiardi, our Corporate Economist, to support with questions. First, to take a moment and look back, I want to provide some background on where we have been, comparing inflation and property tax increases in recent years, and reviewing the city's progress on climate resilience, energy transition, and housing. I also want to provide you some information as you look forward, identifying options, limitations, and funding sources, and looking at the opportunities and consequences of some of those potential decisions. We trust that this information will be useful as you set out to ensure the budget delivers what Edmontonians need. As we start, we wanted to present a comparison of approved tax increases to consumer inflation over the past two budget cycles. We chose consumer inflation because that reflects the increases experienced by Edmontonians, our taxpayers. There are other different measures of inflation to reflect different types of spending because price pressures affecting consumers are different from the increases experienced by businesses and the City of Edmonton as a corporation. Over the past 2 years, inflation has been running high. For the year so far, consumer inflation is averaging 6.4%. This is affecting Edmontonian spending decisions and likely reducing their tolerance for property tax increases. The city's operating costs are also being impacted by high inflation, including for fuel and utilities and higher prices for equipment. Economic conditions have been challenging over the past two budget cycles, but challenges from a global pandemic have been especially difficult. In response, it was Council's decision to keep tax levy increases relatively low, lower than what was originally approved in the 2019 to 2022 operating budget, and even lower than consumer inflation, as you can see on this slide. Administration balances the need to be financially prudent with the need to invest and grow in response to community demands and Council's vision, all within an eye to the long-term financial stability of our city. However, the combination of comparatively lower tax...
Andre?
Yep.
Can you just hold for a minute, because is it possible to expand that presentation on the screen? It's hard to
Yeah, we're just having
hard to see and
a
read.
few technical difficulties. We'll get it up in a moment.
Okay, please. No, take your time. It's, yeah, don't, yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the right side.
Here we go. Go ahead.
No, back up. One more. There.
Here we go.
Right there.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Clerk
Mayor.
Ward. Yeah.
Okay, so in response to conditions, it was council's decision to keep tax levy increases relatively low and lower than what was originally approved in the 2019 to 2022 operating budget, and even lower than the consumer inflation, and you can see that on this slide. Administration balances the need to be financially prudent with the need to invest and grow in response to community demands and, of course, council's vision, all with an eye to long-term financial stability of our city. However, the combination of comparatively low tax level increases and high inflation can create a compounding effect on the pressure felt in the budget process, especially when elements of council's vision for the next budget do require transformational change. There's been a lot of commentary through the public hearing about what is not funded for climate change, so I thought it important to provide more context on this topic. Next slide, please. Edmonton's effort towards becoming a climate resilient and energy sustainable city took a significant step forward in 2015, and over the last 7 years, meaningful efforts have been underway. This slide and the next slide show examples of some of the major actions that have commenced in implementing our energy transition and adaptation strategies. The actions are broad and include both a focus on the community and our cooperation and our corporation. Actions have ranged from improving our transportation system to allow for zero emissions trips, supporting homeowners and businesses to reduce their emissions, investment in district energy systems, and working with important partners like EPCOR to make our community more resilient to climate change. Let me highlight a few from this slide, including the City of Edmonton Clean Electricity Contract in 2024, EPCOR's flood mitigation program, and of course the hydrogen hub work that is ongoing. Next slide. And the list continues. There are important city building initiatives in the budget, such as LRT expansion, as well as Blatchford and exhibition lands that support Edmonton's transition to a low-carbon city and literally green the city as we grow through additional tree planting. And one of the points I'd like to make on this slide is if you look at the bottom right under adaptation, things like the Fort Road underpass, which require significant adaptation increases, are unfortunately not seen by the public in terms of actions that are taking place from an adaptation perspective. Next slide. I want to be clear, though, that even though we have lots underway, a large gap still exists, and this is a global issue that many cities are grappling with right now. While it's important that we tell Edmontonians what we've done so far for climate actions, it's equally important that we don't greenwash that work and understand that there is much more to do. This highlights the importance of the carbon budget work. This is also one of the reasons why I felt it was important to show Council all the service packages needed to climate targets as outlined in the city's energy transition and adaptation plans. In 2023, we will focus on advocacy and partnership work in addition to the many of the items outlined in the previous two slides. And if Council desires to do more in this space, we would be happy to answer questions on that, on what is more important to advance as action. I'll now pass, We also know that there's a strong interest in affordable housing among councillors, so I think, again, it's important for me to outline what we have funded and what is unfunded opportunities ahead of us. Over the last, next slide. Over the last couple of decades, okay, and I see that there's 2 slides missing right now, so I'm just going to use to talk about it, and we'll get those slides to you. Over the last couple of decades, there has been a lack of investment in affordable housing by all orders of government to meet the needs of those in core housing needs. For the last 4 years, the City of Edmonton has taken a leadership role in trying to assist those Edmontonians in core housing need with setting of ambitious goals and the allocation of funding to leverage other orders of government in the building of new supportive and affordable housing. During that 4-year period, we've exceeded our goals. There's been 2,728 affordable housing units created and or renovated, 644 new supportive housing units have been created. 1,859 existing units of affordable housing have been renewed. Investing in housing has generated economic as well as social benefit. Those Edmonton residents who are now adequately housed have the security needed to help maintain employment, and direct investment in construction is nearly $700 million in the city. As we move forward, the need for additional housing is still there. By 2026, 60,000 Edmontonians will be in core housing need, and this will continue to grow without continued leadership by all orders of government. Next slide. It would be challenging to achieve the goals of reducing homelessness and affordable housing strategy if the Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Service Package and capital profiles remain unfunded. We are leaning in strongly to advocate and leverage funding of other orders of government. The federal government has a national housing strategy and funding available through programs like Rapid Housing Initiative. The province has a plan, and we learned in the last budget cycle we need to be able to come to the table quickly, often as the first investor in, and provide meaningful contribution that demonstrates Edmonton is serious about solving this problem. An upfront allocation is needed to enable this. Funding partners are here today, but there's no guarantee they will be there for the next budget cycle. The last cycle created momentum in the affordable housing sector in Edmonton, and we are now working with diverse organizations across the city to develop safe and affordable housing. Partners such as Savita, HomeEd, Right at Home, Métis Urban Housing, Nigadan, and many others. In fact, we are aware of nearly $240 million in Indigenous-led affordable housing projects that are currently in the planning stages in Edmonton. This is a potential success that our city should be proud of. We're also engaging with private developers to talk about how they can contribute, and with other municipalities in the region to discuss how we can all work together. The Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Service Package most closely aligns to the targets of AHIP Scenario 2, identified in the June 27, 2022 report CSO 01188. Last cycle, the 2023 to 26 Affordable Housing Investment Plan relied on a mix of capital and operating funding. Together, the unfunded affordable housing capital growth profile, $91 million, the renewal funding earmarked for city-owned social housing portfolio in the overall renewal composite profile, which is approximately $10.5 million, and the unfunded affordable housing and homelessness prevention service package of $75 million provide the funds needed to create and renew approximately 2,700 units of affordable housing. You will note that the renewal targets have changed since the budget was submitted. This is due to a significant new opportunity that is currently being discussed with another order of government to renew the City of Edmonton owned and subsidiary housing units with an intention to improve the tenant experience, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and make buildings more accessible. Just another example of our advocacy and strong reputation in housing at work. The proactive approval of funding for an affordable housing would position the city strategically to take advantage of any emerging or new funding programs other orders of government may have, and create an anticipated $1 billion of investment for vulnerable Edmontonians over the next 4 years. I'll now pass over to Stacey Padbury to take us through the remainder of the presentation. Stacey.
So if you can just advance to the next slide. This slide summarizes the available operating funding sources. On November 2nd, 2022, the same time administration was releasing the 2023 to 2026 operating budget, EPCOR announced an $8 million increase to its annual dividend to the City of Edmonton. Attachment 1 to the operating budget, which is the main operating budget recommendation, has been updated to include the increase to corporate revenues of $8 million on an ongoing basis starting in 2023, with an offsetting increase to the financial strategies expenditure budget. The $8 million in funding is a result of the increased EPCOR dividend and is available in financial strategies for Council's consideration during the budget deliberations. Also within financial strategies budget, administration has held $12.5 million in ongoing funds starting in 2023 to help leverage the federal Rapid Housing Initiative funding. On November 10th, CMHC announced the third round of the Rapid Housing Initiative program. We don't know officially how much the city will be receiving. However, we have held funds we have estimated and held funds to be able to go towards the city's matching requirement for the upcoming rapid housing funding in support of affordable housing. The balance of the community safety and well-being funds is also held within financial strategies. And commencing in 2025, there are $2.2 million in funding available on an ongoing basis that has not yet been allocated. On Monday, we will be presenting the Q3 financial update reports. Based on third quarter results, we are projecting a year-end surplus of approximately $67 million. The tax-supported surplus is transferred to the Financial Stabilization Reserve at the end of the year. And although we expect the surplus to be $67 million, we are suggesting to use only a maximum of $40 million of the anticipated surplus. A portion of the surplus is the result of unused 2022 budget that will be required in 2023 to fund commitments outstanding at year end. And while we don't know the extent of the operating budget carryforwards at this time, our preliminary estimates suggest budget carryforward in the range of $20 million. Additionally, a portion of the surplus is needed to replenish the Financial Stabilization Reserve and bring it back above its minimum balance based on the decision earlier this week to approve $7.5 million from the Financial Stabilization Reserve for emergency shelters. That'll result in the Financial Stabilization Reserve dropping below its minimum balance, and approving and allowing only $40 million of the surplus will allow us to correct that, that amount under the minimum. The surplus funds, which are transferred to the Financial Stabilization Reserve at year end, can be considered to fund the city's affordable housing needs or any other emergent items on a one-time basis. Next slide, please. On the capital side, the capital funding sources council can consider when making capital motions is pay-as-you-go and tax-supported debt. Pay-as-you-go funding is fully allocated through the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. Administration does not recommend approving the use of pay-as-you-go funding that will overcommit pay-as-you-go funds. Pay-as-you-go can be made available on an ongoing or one-time basis. Ongoing pay-as-you-go funding would become available either through a tax levy increase or a reallocation of existing operating budget. On a one-time basis, pay-as-you-go can be increased potentially through the use of one-time funding from other sources, including the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or by the reallocation of one-time funding from another source in the capital budget. Council can also approve Council could approve up to approximately $200 million in additional tax-supported debt for 100% tax-supported debt-financed projects within the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. This would push the entire proposed borrowing for the transit garage project to above the 18% tax-supported debt limit and into the constrained category of funding. And I'm going to just walk through this in a bit more detail on the next slide. This slide provides the projected impact against the city's 18% tax-supported debt servicing limit if the 2023 to 2026 proposed debt finance are approved. The green triangle line is the forecasted debt limit. The transit garage is a matching project and can be considered in the constrained category above the 18% limit. The purple line shows the tax-supported debt servicing considering all proposed projects in the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. As you can see, that line goes above the 18% tax-supported debt line into the constrained category. This is permitted because the borrowing above this line relates to the transit garage, which requires matching funding for purposes, which requires the debt be used for matching funding to leverage external funding. The red square line on the chart represents debt servicing of the proposed finance projects in the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, excluding the transit garage. The space between this red and green line equates to the $200 million in borrowing room that can be considered for those unconstrained projects. Those are projects that require that you could use up to 100% of the project be funded by tax-supported debt. If council uses the $200 million in additional tax-supported debt room, forecasts show that the tax-supported debt would not be available in an unconstrained manner until 2029. In that case, you'll only be able to use debt to leverage, to fund projects that leverage external funding or for emergency purposes. Next slide, please.
Stacey, can I stop you for a minute here?
Yep.
We have some kids here that we want to acknowledge. Okay, we have with us today Limburn School, and they are students are here with their teacher Alex Blair and Ward CP Winniwalk, and your council representative is Councillor Hamilton. Thank you so much for joining us. Today we are getting a presentation from our city administration on the budget that we have started discussing, and we will be discussing that over the next couple of weeks. It is about how we continue to build our city, how we continue to provide good quality services that you need in our city, and that's what we'll be doing over the next couple of weeks. And thank you so much for joining us. Okay, all right, go ahead. Stacey, back to you.
Okay, so this slide provides a little bit longer term outlook in the case of in the event that the $200 million in room is utilized in this budget and all of the proposed projects are approved. Future grant matching requirements are based on historical and forecasted averages for previously approved projects where debt has been used to leverage existing funding. In this forecast, the green triangle is the tax-supported 18% limit. The red square reflects the forecasted debt servicing for projects proposed with debt financing in the 2023 to 2026 budget, plus debt servicing for the transit grudge, and assuming that council utilizes the $200 million in debt room. The purple diamond line is an extension of the red line and including a forecast of matching funds requirements for future city projects. I want to point out that this is based on very high-level estimates and might vary depending on future capital development, but we want to share this with you today to show you that assuming all of this, it is quite possible that tax-supported debt under the 18% limit may not be available until 2034. As always, the decisions that you make with the usage of debt have long-term implications on future borrowing capacity. Next slide, please. We also wanted to take some time today to go over items for you to consider as you debate the capital budget. In accordance with the debt management fiscal policy, debt can be used for major rehabilitation or existing assets as a short-term strategy to eliminate significant infrastructure renewal backlog. We would not advise the use of debt for small dollar value projects or as small individual funding contributions towards projects. Typically, we use debt to advance large transformational infrastructure projects. Also, we recommend not to use debt to fund design only. Funding design for a project does not necessarily mean the project will advance to the delivery phase. This is important for two reasons. First, as you just saw, additional debt room to fund the project delivery and construction may not be available in future years. And second, if the asset is not ultimately constructed, the design costs will need to be written off and treated as an operating cost. Debt cannot be used to fund operating costs, and therefore debt on previously incurred expenditures would need to be repurposed for other future debt-eligible projects. And an alternative unconstrained funding source, such as pay-as-you-go, would need to be identified to fund the design costs. The city has capital profiles which are for longer-term renewal needs for infrastructure like roads and facilities. Often these projects are funded with MSI and pay-as-you-go, as these are generally sustainable long-term capital funding sources. Redirecting pay-as-you-go from these types of projects on a permanent basis and using debt instead is not advisable, as debt is not guaranteed in the future years. Pay-as-you-go is a very flexible funding source. It is often used in projects to cover ineligible costs for projects funded through external grants. It can be easily moved between projects to maximize external grants. Debt is not as flexible and shouldn't be used the same way the city uses pay-as-you-go to fund its capital program. Using debt in smaller amounts for several projects also creates additional administrative burden relating to the borrowing process through the provincial government and the requirement for borrowing bylaws. The MGA also requires the city to approve debt before a contract and construction commences. So debt cannot be used for a project that is currently underway, where construction has started, a contract is in place, and debt had not been contemplated as the funding source. I'll now pass it to Adam for this last slide.
Thanks, Stacey. When considering amendments to previously approved capital projects, the following should be considered. Financial and legal implications for contract termination based on how far the project has progressed. Payback clauses within funding agreements and the loss of external funding if a project is canceled or potentially paused. If projects are canceled, as Stacey highlighted before, the value of the assets constructed to date may need to be written off, resulting in the debt needing to be repurposed for other projects and another funding source needed for costs incurred to date, which are no longer resulting in a capital asset. Risk of losing future grant funding if the project is eligible for grants. And lastly, reputational risk for the city of canceling previously approved capital projects, including those where contracts may be in place. This has the potential for industry to submit future bids with pricing that reflects the uncertainty associated with future projects that are not advancing. Touching on the last item again, wanting to expand on it, in the capital investment outlook, we highlighted the significant backlog of design projects with no funding for construction in the magnitude of $1.4 billion. This supports our guidance to not use debt to finance design only, as there is no guarantee that the project will advance to construction. And with that, I'll pass it back to Andre.
Yeah, I think that completes the presentation and at this point, and then we can go into private for that one.
Yeah, okay, we'll go for the rest of the presentation in private. If someone could move that we go into private, please.
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Rice, Councillor Principe seconded it. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. You need few minutes to lock the doors, right?
Yes. Thank you. We ask anybody who's not on the delegation list,
We'll
please
just
leave the
maybe take a
room.
5-minute recess.
And anybody on the Google Meet as well, please leave. Thank you, Mayor. We are live from council chamber.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor on the capital budget, but there might be some questions on this report that is presented. Should we focus on the questions on this presentation first before we go into capital budgets? Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, okay. Even though they are related, but if there are some clarifying questions on the new information that is presented to us by administration. Okay, all right. Let's see who is on the line. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, this is just on the slide. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think, could you put in a little bit more simplified terms? I didn't fully understand, or I don't think maybe the public even understands the slide with the graph between, there was two different dates, the 2029 and the 2034, and what would cause that difference in that 100% being able to use 100% debt. I didn't understand what decision point now would make that difference. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense, Councilor Rutherford. So the main difference there is that in that second graph, we're making a very high-level assumption and forecast if you need matching funds for large infrastructure projects moving out like we have in the past. We've tried to estimate what that amount would be. So once you factor that in, that's the main contributor to shifting it from 2029 to 2034 when it drops back below the 18% limit.
Okay, so like, can you, so for example, are we thinking about like, we know there will potentially be more money for green infrastructure retrofitting. So we've estimated that in as because we'd probably be matching with that as an example, but we don't know that for sure as an example, but based on what we've heard from the government of Canada, based on some of those things and their goals, we assume there will be some money in the next 4 years coming for that. Is that correct? That's an example?
That's a very, very good example. And sorry, just to add on to that, that's also another difference is we're assuming we're going to utilize that $200 million in debt over the 23 to 26 budget. So it's that plus the matching for future
So we have a
projects.
choice too, though, in like how much of that 200 million we use in this budget will also significantly change that trajectory, correct?
Correct, yep. And as you're going through making those decisions on use of debt, we'll keep on updating you on what that number becomes.
Okay, and so can you also break down for me, like, if I have an amendment and it's pretty minor, let's say 1 to 3 million, we don't want to use debt, is it appropriate to use pay-as-you-go? What, like, can you break down that or would it be better to identify a current pay-as-you-go funded project that you want to unfund and fund that?
So I'll start here. So for small items like that, usually what we use is pay-as-you-go funding for those small items within the capital project. Now we've fully utilized all the pay-as-you-go funding in the budget, so there is none available. So that's a decision you'll have to make once, like, if money becomes available in pay-as-you-go, how do you want to use that? And you could use it for small items like that.
Okay, and then we had a presentation, I guess this is kind of off, but it's still kind of related to the debt piece in that chart. We had a presentation around some options for a dedicated tax levy for renewal related to a few options. There was facilities, there was bridges. If we implemented one of those tax levies, would that create pay-as-you-go in the next 4 years, or would it only create pay-as-you-go? Let's say the bridge one. Would it only create pay-as-you-go room for 2027 and beyond? Do you get what I'm asking?
So if you were to, I'm just going to use 1% because it's simple. If you were to introduce a 1% tax levy and carry it for 4 years, it creates money in the base every year. So 1% in year one, another 1% in year two would be an additional amount. So you would build up the base over time and it would be available permanently.
But do we have to build up a certain amount in a reserve, I guess? So like, for example, if we did a 1%, would you have that, let's say 17 million for 2023? Or do you have to say, okay, we're going to save up a certain amount in a reserve before we can unlock that pay-as-you-go? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think you have to save a certain amount to unlock it, but you'd have to use it for its intended purpose. So if
Yeah,
you
okay.
set it for renewal, we would want you to use it for renewal.
Absolutely, absolutely, that makes sense, and that, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, those are my questions for right now.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to pick up exactly where Councillor Rutherford left off. So if there was a sort of a dedicated renewal levy, how clear do the parameters have to be around where those dollars could be used if the intention is to utilize that in 2023? Because I guess I would assume there would have to be some sort of policy work or framework or parameters put around that. Does that have to proceed when we tap into that, or can that happen first and then we flesh out the policy stuff after?
Ideally, what unfolded with the neighborhood renewal program is we had a policy in front of council, and they made a decision from a tax levy perspective based on approving that policy. Ideally, that would be the approach, but there isn't anything to suggest that if you allocate or identify a tax levy amount subject to a policy being brought back to council for approval, I don't think there would be any sort of constraints related to that other than where we would spend it, which we wouldn't spend it just from a logistics perspective. We wouldn't be able to spend it before we brought the policy back to you anyways.
Right, okay, that's very helpful. Yeah, and then just a few questions on PAYGO. So hearing fully allocated right now, and if we do go into a deficit on PAYGO, in simple terms, that ends up on tax levy. Is that correct?
Does one of two things. It either ends up on tax levy, or council has in the past used pay-as-you-go in future years. We did that in the pandemic. It significantly constrains your next cycle.
Yeah, okay. And then just a question on, let me see here. So debt for ongoing renewal needs, it's not advised, but debt can be used for major rehabilitation projects as a short-term strategy. So I'm just wondering, are there any projects now that have a PAYGO component that could be put on debt to free up some PAYGO?
So I would say when we bring you the budget, we optimize the funding sources already. And so you see us use debt where we believe it's the right place to use it and in alignment with the policy, which is why you saw us fund or debt finance the high level and the LRVs.
And Horlock.
Right. Okay. Yeah, maybe just one more, thinking about the transit garage being sort of categorized as constrained. Is that the primary one that we've identified? The only other one that I had in my mind was the tree planting, the greener as we grow, just recognizing there's the federal component of that, or is that not really?
So the issue with the tree planting one is we're still doing our work on the accounting rules, but in general, trees do not actually qualify as capital, and it is unclear whether we'd be able to borrow for that.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I'll save the rest for the other main presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So thank you for the information. That's really helpful. So my first question is, based on our debt limited here. So right now, what we have from 2023 and over 300 debt, and to 2026 over over 5.5 billion debt, and over 3 billion, and then 5 billion for 4 years increase. Only those increase include the funded capital budget. It does not include unfunded package yet, right?
That's correct.
So right now, and then what I heard from Edmontonians are already concerned about this debt increase, and for the 3 years, and over 2 billion increase that. Right now, we're talking about by looking at the information provided here, and in 2026 and 2027, we will achieve the highest point. That means the most close to the limit for our debt. And then, but all those debts is about the funding, the project, the capital project already approved. So it's not at the new project.
So I just want to clarify, because in the any of the debt numbers that we present in the proposed capital budget, that's absolutely a true statement. If you're referring to the second slide, the second debt slide in this presentation, that slide does include an estimate of future debt not yet approved for potentially incoming federal and provincial funding announcements.
Yeah, I'm
But
not,
the proposed budget itself, those numbers assume that the proposed budget's approved.
yes, I'm talking the first one, I'm not talking about looking forward. So looking forward is the second page for the debt. I'm talking first one. By looking at that, and 2027 already achieved the highest point to most close to the limit. And that means we have less room, right? Oh, that takes not long.
What happened here?
No, it's not. I didn't have my time.
Oh, okay, here you go. All right, you got another 5 minutes. Just kidding. Go ahead.
I get a bonus for that. Thank you. So what will happen, and what if we have more capital project planned and we'll use that financing? So how that could be impact our tax support operating budget? Because that actually is going to the impact on the operating. It's not only in the capital. So I would like to know for looking forward perspective. So my question actually really is, should we only focus on what we have to get those projects done, or we need to do the growth of the project to borrow more money? And then right now, Edmontonians are already concerned about this debt for the city.
So just for clarity, what is recommended in the proposed capital budget, the tax-supported debt servicing is also recommended in the operating budget. Only if you add more debt-financed projects that are currently not in the proposed capital budget, if you add more projects, then you must add the tax-supported debt servicing to the operating side.
The same increase,
Yes.
yes. Yeah. So right now, but that is my question. So do you have sense in flex additional more unfunded capital project approved, how much increase could be and impact our debt?
So it does depend on what you're approved, and maybe just like on this one graph with the $200 million in debt room, if you were to approve that, you would have to add the debt servicing associated with that. That's not in the operating budget, but we did contemplate what that line would look like if you approved
This
$200 million.
But we don't need proof today, right?
No, so sorry, maybe restate your question, because perhaps I just misunderstood what you were asking.
I'm asking, and then this is very clear to me, and what you present here does not include unfunded package for the capital project. So if we proved some of unfunded capital project, to me that will increase our debt.
Yes,
right?
yes, that's true.
And also will increase the impact on the tax support operating, will eventually will increase the tax rate.
That's correct.
And then my question is, do you have sense what impact or what increase could look like? And you answered to me very clear. You said depends on what we approved.
It depends on what you approve, and as you're doing it,
Yeah.
if, we will keep you updated.
But the
Sorry,
question.
sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
so
Sorry,
right there.
you can come
And-
back, you can come back for the second round.
And sorry for explaining this, and I know that some like the mathematics principle behind here. I want to explain
No.
in this simple way. I
Thank
know
you.
Still not e-
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, we are at 12:01. We're going to take a break. And today's break is for till 1:30, right? Okay. 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30.
Chambers.
Clerk Ward, are we ready? City Clerk Ward, are we ready? Are we ready?
We are ready.
Oh, yeah, right on. Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Here you are. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right, so do we have more questions on the presentation? No?
Mayor Sohi, if we have questions on our,
Oh, yeah, we
Written
just want to make
questions?
sure
Okay.
are there any
But not-
questions on the presentation? I do have some questions. If Councillor Wright, could you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. Could you put the slide back, the one that was second slide, I think, where you talk about the reallocation on the housing and some of the other stuff, right? So I don't have it with me here, so. What I need actually, okay, maybe I'll ask, like, these are your suggestions, right? Like, we use $12.5 million over 4 years on ongoing basis for housing, rapid housing. Like, what would the process be in order to move those? Would they need to be moved by a council member, or are you rolling that into your recommendations as part of the budget?
So on that slide, what we're identifying is the funding sources available to fund any amendments that you have.
Oh, I see, okay, so it still would have to be a part of amendment. It's not that you cannot roll them into the proposed budget, right?
So they're in the proposed budget, they're just not allocated to a specific initiative.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay. All right, that's all I needed to know on that. Okay. And I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Okay, now Councillor Jans, on the presentation today or into capital budget?
On the presentation, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
On the slide that had the climate initiatives underway, I guess I'm a little confused because when we had the carbon budget presentation, it was very clear that we were not going to meet our climate targets, and in fact, we were going to blow through our carbon budget allocation by, I think, 2037. So, and then I look at like protected bike lanes, for example. I don't see any new money in the budget for that. The electric buses and hydrogen bus, like we've, I think, got a couple of them, but like I look at many of the pieces on the left under energy transition and it says it's underway, but then when I look at the carbon budget, it says we're going to fail. So I was wondering if admin could, like, if the budget passes as is, am I wrong that, like, I'm getting mixed messages. Are we on track or not?
Yeah, Councillor Jantz, it's certainly, we are certainly not on track. My point today was, I heard a lot in the last week that says we're doing nothing, and that is not true either. So what I wanted to point out with these three slides is what has and continues to be done and what is funded. And, you know, like I said, I'm not trying to greenwash anything, but, and that's why I showed the last slide, which has a whole bunch of things that need to be done that are unfunded. So you're absolutely correct to say that on our current path, if this budget is approved as is, we won't meet our targets. That's absolutely true. I think what we need to think about is, how do we meet our targets over time? And again, the reality is we don't consider every decision we make at the city today with a focus on climate action as a priority, because we have safety actions, we have housing actions, we have a whole bunch of other actions that we're being asked to do. So I hope that helps clarify.
It does, yes. Can I go to that slide then with those recommended actions that are necessary? It had the writing at the bottom. I can't remember the number.
Yeah, so that would be the third climate action slide. Yeah.
So can you help clarify for me why administration didn't build those 4 actions into the base budget?
I would say it's a combination of all the other things we were asked to do, and then we believe I believe that we created a tax increase that was consistent with the average of what we heard from councillors in surveys and other discussions we've had. So we have a 3.9% tax increase. We did as much as we possibly could. And we also had some previous direction from previous council and this council last fall on things like infrastructure and other projects that I didn't feel that we should just change unilaterally, because that's previous direction of council. So.
But when I go back to the June fiscal update, it was at 7.2%, I think, right? And it had these things embedded in it. And I think when we were first elected last fall, I think I saw a slide that had a projected 8% increase. Even the tax tolerant amongst council, that may have been, you can ask us what our tax tolerance is, but then if we don't know the true cost of, say, renewal or maintenance, it's kind of a moot question. So I guess I'm wondering how these things were pulled out, given also the carbon budget and the direction around climate emergency.
Well, I wouldn't describe them as being pulled out. I would describe them as we couldn't get them in based on all the other considerations we had. And this concept of the climate emergency comes up. I fully support that previous council had made that climate emergency decision, but that declaration doesn't give us any powers, any special, that declaration doesn't tell us you now have to spend, all the climate, you now have to build in your base budgets 100% climate change action, because there are other things to balance, right? So I think while the declaration is good, the difference I find is like when you do a declaration of emergency in emergency management, it's usually done so you get increased powers so you can exercise those powers and make bylaws and do things. I think the weakness of the climate emergency declaration, if I might, is to say that it doesn't give us more powers. It doesn't give us more funding to apply. It's a nice statement, but it doesn't actually give us the detailed direction to do more. And then again, we get a lot of direction to do other things that are not climate change related. So we balance that off. That's where we came out.
Appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Before I go to Councillor Paquette, I would like to welcome kids from school John A. McDougall, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Sarah Hunt, and Ward Odeman. That is Councillor Stevenson, your representative. Right over there. Nice to see you. We are talking about budget. We are talking about how we continue to build our city and how we continue to provide quality public services, at the same time move forward on taking action on climate change and housing and many, many other things that you want us to do, right? So, okay, nice to see you all, and stick around as long as you want, okay? Yeah, okay. All right, Councillor Paquette, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on some of those questions, Mr. Corbould, so those greenhouse gas emissions, as a municipality, it would be very difficult to handle all of those goals on our own. Are we seeing any commitment from the federal and provincial government to help us get within the range that various governments over time have committed to?
I would say it's mixed. But I think you're right. For example, when you look at emissions from buildings alone, the 2% of the emissions in the city of Edmonton are from city buildings. And if we don't get the other 18% which are largely private sector, we're not going to get where we need to get. So I think there needs to be more focus. I think it's a bit hit and miss. There is some help out there for sure, but I often point to the example of retrofits. I don't think we could do $800 million of retrofits if we don't get help from the federal and provincial government. It's just too much. I think it's too much of an unfair burden on the city taxpayer.
I agree. And I think the climate emergency declaration was less about like developing special powers, because municipalities frankly don't have that ability, and more about indicating the seriousness that a city like Edmonton takes the impacts of climate change, not just on Edmonton, but on Canada and the whole world. And so frankly, it's got to be a group effort. It can't just, Edmonton cannot do it all on their own. Regardless, we need actually everyone involved. And so it demands a great culture change. So I guess the question is, how can Edmonton do this in a way that, because I really appreciate that report, because it shows us how far we have to go. So what are some of the strategies that administration thinks we can use to start to leverage some of those dollars out of other orders of government?
Yeah, I guess I would start by, I will perhaps, I hope people don't mind this comparison, but when I think of truth and reconciliation, we are often told that we need to be clear on the truth first. And we have to understand the truth before we can do reconciliation. When I think about climate change, I think part of the issue is, and this is what I like about the carbon budget, is that it starts to show people what the truth is about our current path, because we're now starting to assess, the path of then the carbon implications on that. So I think the next thing we have to do is continue to teach and learn and advocate. And I think what was a little concerning to me in the public hearing is that I didn't sense we had the normalization of people coming to talk about climate change. Most of the people that came to talk about climate change, I really appreciated their comments, but they were clearly climate people, climate action folks, advocacy folks, and activists, which is great. But what I think we need to do is hear like 1 million Edmontonians talk about climate change, and we're just not there yet. I just don't think we're there. I think a lot of people were clear in the election. I think a lot of people are clear in surveys, but I don't feel it's as normalized as it should be amongst the greater population that we've got to push for that. And I think part of that is education and advocacy, which I think is part of our strategy for 23.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The grandmother who came in, who just recently realized that this was an issue, was a really prime example of that. The other thing I want to ask about is we might be hearing a little bit of frustration from council about this budget and how there are so many things left unfunded. And so I think part of the concern is that council is sort of maybe thinking like, okay, well, if we want to fund those things, then we look like we're just out of control spenders, because the base at 3.9 was already unpalatable to some folks, and now we've got to add some things on. So there's some frustration there, but I'm not trying to run cover for you, but the fact is, if council wanted these things in the budget, could they not have just indicated that all along the way?
They could have, but I think during some of those earlier discussions, I think the thing that was quite rightly debated by council was that we need to debate these things together in the budget, and that's what we're doing. So when those conversations were had, and we debated a couple of funded packages that I think council made the right choice of no, let's do this unfunded because we need to see the full picture together. So. I can certainly understand and empathize with the frustration of the unfunded package, but that's what we were ordered to do, is to bring those unfunded packages so they could all be debated as part of this budget, which is what we're doing, which I think is absolutely the right way to do it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor
Right,
Paquette.
process question, Mr. Mayor. Are we already in the stage where we do one round of 5 minutes?
No, we are just we suspended the rules. Yes, we suspended the rules, and
Okay,
and
just
I don't think
clarifying.
we have to have a motion for second round, right?
I'm going to ask for a second round if that's
Yeah,
okay.
no problem. You can absolutely, and but I would still have to cede the chair to the deputy mayor, right? If I need to ask questions. Yeah, absolutely. You can come for second round, and I just, before I go to Councillor Rice, I think we can spend a lot of time debating why certain packages ended up not funded or funded. I think we are at a point where we need to start making decisions what to fund, not to fund. So let's focus on that instead of why are we here. Instead of talking about the path to get why we get here, now we are here.
Yep, fully the intent of my questions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
We're here. Let's focus on what we need to do, right? So, okay, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice? Oh, Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
I thought you had your name up too. Okay, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't ask this then if we're supposed to focus otherwise, but I do, Mr. Corbell, you just made the comment that we need to have 1 million people talk about climate. We don't normally have that for engagement. It's maybe a few hundred people, maybe 1,000 or 2. Why do we need 1 million people to bring it up?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wright. I think what I meant from that is, like, when I think of things like, I believe we have much more popular demand for Truth and Reconciliation Action, which is great. It was a long time coming, but I feel like it's really, there's a popular push from every group on that. So when we talk about Truth and Reconciliation, we do hear from businesses. We do hear from activists too, but we also hear from a lot of different pieces. We don't get, I don't think, the same, or we didn't, at least in the public hearing, get the same traction on that. So I agree. We're never going to get 1 million people, but the more, I just don't feel, and maybe I'm wrong, I just don't feel like that action is normalized across the broader population as some other things are, is what I was trying to make.
So maybe our email responses should be for them to call 311 with when constituents have concerns like that?
Yeah, but I also think like was mentioned earlier, like, who else is doing action, right? Like we can do 2% of buildings in the city. Who's doing the other 18%, right? And so we've done things like net zero fire halls, and those are really positive things. We've done Edmonton Convention Center, right? But I think city's doing a lot there. I'd like to see everybody do kind of the same things, and some are, but yeah.
I would add to Councillor that 311 is a service system for the city, not a polling system.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so just you heard a lot about basic needs and core services and things like that, which I agree with. But I'm just wondering, from the administration point of view, given that we are in changing times and we face like a lot of like very interesting challenges, almost existential challenges that as a municipality we've frankly never faced, how do we define those things now?
So, Councillor Paquette, I'm going to stop you here. I'm sorry that I'm
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Please explain why, because I do have a point to this.
No, because the reason I'm stopping you, we need to focus our questions on the presentation from the administration, that they presented to us today, the new information. Once we have done that, then we'll get into the capital budget where you can ask all these broad questions.
Okay, so to explain myself,
Yeah.
part of my process is that I love to understand the context of why we have the information we have, which information was presented and why, and the thinking behind that. And that definitely helps me with the process.
Okay.
So it is absolutely related to the presentation.
Okay. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, can we repeat the question? Sorry.
Context of this new information.
I mean, in the presentation, we saw different potential fundings and things like that. And a lot of them have to do with what we consider core services, which I appreciate and agree with. From what we heard from the public, and also because we are in such an interesting and changing time, I was just wondering how we determine now what we feel are the core services based on the fact that there are emerging needs that we've never actually faced before that one could almost say are existential to the city and the well-being of the city.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I mean, I would go back to the surveys that we did, that we reported on earlier in the process, where we heard from the public about things like climate change and other initiatives. That's kind of where we were pointed to. I would say those were very helpful in sort of. But as you may recall, it was very clear on some things, and we got mixed reviews on other things as we went down the list. So, as you may recall, fire and waste collection were in that top right quadrant, but then things had different opinions as you go down the list.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering because in the presentation we had the slides on housing, and yet there's a lot of housing that wasn't actually included in the budget, and so that's what raises the question, right?
Yeah, and I think what I was trying to do today is just be super clear on what was funded and what wasn't funded in the areas of climate change, housing, and of course the other clarification we were trying to show is just what's changed from an inflationary perspective.
Okay, so I'm going to push back on that just a tiny bit in that if we don't handle housing, I mean, we're already approaching what I would call a crisis situation, and it's only going to get worse. So I don't understand that part. I get pretty much everything else, but that part is still really fuzzy to me. Why that wouldn't have been just included.
Yeah, I guess it gets back to the only way we could have included it was to raise the tax levy more.
And if we don't include it, we're going to be playing catch up with tax levies in the future to deal with something that is unmanaged. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we've made some of those recommendations with financial strategies to at least tackle part of that. Yeah.
Okay. Don't mean to put you on the hot seat there, but
no, it's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions on the presentation. Now we can go into our broader discussion on the capital budget. What I would suggest that today we spend our time till 5 p.m. asking questions, and that we don't make don't propose any amendments today. We can do that when we come back next week. So let's spend all of our time today asking about all the questions that we wanna. We can carry on with questions next week as well, but instead of making amendments, let's wait till that next week. Is that okay, everyone? Yeah, is that fine? Okay. All right, Councillor Hamilton, fine? Councillor Jans, fine?
Yep, sounds good.
And Councillor
Yeah,
Paquette?
that sounds good to me. Thank
And
you.
Councillor Paquette, are you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, questions now. Councillor Jans, you're first on the capital budget.
Yeah, can I ask about Horlock Park?
Yeah, it's a rehabilitation, right? So it's capital. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a ton of pushback about, how can we, and I know we talked about this a little bit earlier about the project itself and the 3 years versus a 10-year timeline or what, but if I was just a little unclear in the written answer based on the percentages of what was growth and what was renewal, if we just did renewal, how much funding could we save and how much time could we save?
I'll answer the time question first. The schedule element to this project is driven by the renewal component of the project. So in terms of time savings, it would be 0 if we continue to advance renewal, which is our recommendation. And as far as the growth components, we look at those as an opportunity on the basis of being able to go in there when the facility is closed to complete them. In terms of definitive savings, I don't know if any of the branch managers from my team are on that have a specific amount for that.
So when it comes to savings related to growth, I think it would come at, we would have to review what we would take out. And this is where the growth is really funding portions of improvements to every aspect of the project. And so if I take an example of the facility renewal, the majority of the funding is renewal so that we can tackle the end-of-life assets and components. And then we use growth funding to ensure that we build the most up-to-date facility that will take into consideration accessibility, inclusivity, sustainability, and all of those policies. And so taking out the growth would limit our opportunities to make those types of functional improvements throughout.
Okay. Yeah, again, I guess I'll need to follow up more on that. Can I ask a question about the earlier it was said that there's a lot of money being spent on design and taking things to checkpoint 3 that we may not have debt room for to go to checkpoint 4 or 5 anyway. So in other words, kind of loading up the online shopping cart without actually having room on the credit card to make the purchase. So is it possible to get a memo or a list of those? I don't even know how many things are being taken to checkpoint 1, 2, or 3.
It's actually in the budget document, Councillor Jans, a listing of different projects in terms of their progression, and I believe we've actually sent a previous memo, so we can certainly offline point you in the right direction in terms of where you can find that information.
Appreciate that. So what I'm just clarifying then is that this wasn't new information that you shared today. That was a reiteration of what had previously been shared, that there aren't new projects being commenced.
That's correct.
So at some point in a previous council, administration decided to do the, say for instance, the 100th Street flyover bridge over by the Hotel McDonald, that pedestrian bridge?
That particular project was advanced under the downtown CRL, and yes, along the way, council would have been aware of that.
Okay, so it probably was prior to our election then that council would have approved a budget to commence that for checkpoint 1 or 2.
In any capital investment that we make administratively, council is aware of that, either through the 4-year budgets that council approves, like the one that we've got here, or through the supplementary capital budget adjustments that happen throughout the 4-year cycle.
Okay. All right. I'll hold off for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I've just got some follow-up on the responses I got to my written questions. For the Edmonton Strathcona County pedestrian bridge, I understand that Strathcona County has decreased their commitment by 5.8 million. That was
No.
part of their proposed budget?
Not to our knowledge. They're still on for contributions towards that project.
Okay, well, that was in their proposed budget. I'm just trying to get confirmation from one of the councillors there whether or not that was passed. So I'm just wondering, would that then increase our contribution then, since those agreements haven't yet been fully signed?
So if there is a reduction from another funding partner, that would be something we'd bring back to council for consideration in terms of how the project is going to advance. Again, to our knowledge, there hasn't been a removal of commitment.
Okay, well, I'll wait till I get the text and let you know. Okay. And then, yeah, because it's in their proposed budget. So. And I wasn't going to ask this, but there's been a flurry of emails today about it. So the Terwilliger Drive Expressway upgrades, was the pedestrian bridge and noise barriers, was that included in the original design?
Yes.
It was? Okay. And what would be the cost to remove those?
I don't think we have that broken out unless we did provide that in the written answers.
No, it was more just the total cost of everything,
Yeah.
so.
I don't think we have that broken down that way. I'd have to check with our folks to see if we have that available.
And then what would we have to add on for redesign? So, I mean, would we really be saving anything is what I want to know.
A redesign in what regard?
If those items were to be removed from the project.
So similar to some of the comments that we provided in the presentation, a portion of this project is debt funded and a portion is funded by the partner funding, in this case, the provincial government. So in terms of how we'd have to deal with that is we'd have to consider the implications with the funding partner, and then also we'd have to consider what we would do with that investment that we've made with the debt, and it may need to be written down. In terms of steps that we'd have to do from a design perspective, it would be simply stopping the work that's currently planned. What comes with that is, because this work is covered under agreements with our design consultants, is the potential for some financial implications associated with stopping the work.
Okay, so additional costs plus delays might not really be to our benefit, okay? And then with the LRV replacements, on page 5 of the operating financial update that was provided to us as of September 30th, it indicates that some of the LRVs were taken out of service because of they weren't being used during the COVID. But anyhow, so it was taken out for early repairs. So wouldn't that extend the life of the vehicles? So couldn't we extend the request that's in the budget of the number of vehicles that we want done?
So, Councillor, a number of vehicles during the pandemic, because of the lower ridership, we were able to use that time to take those vehicles out and do maintenance. Those particular vehicles that we're referring to are, 50 plus years old, so they're getting maintained at a higher level than the other vehicles. So we're trying to maintain them as long as we can, but we are facing increased risk in how much longer we can keep them going. So it would be with a degree of uncertainty that we'd keep them going longer than we are planning on.
Okay, thank you. And then with the EPS vehicle replacement for that package, it says that the old vehicles are disposed of via the City of Edmonton surplus process through Osmond Auction. That process, where can I find that? Like, I'm just wondering, does the process indicate that the funds need to be returned to the City of Edmonton reserves? Or does it allow for the sale proceeds to be returned directly to EPS?
Councillor, I'll have to take that away and see exactly how those funds transferred. We do have an acquisition and disposal policy that we follow, and because each client department is paying for that, we'll just go back and look at how those funds are reassessed once we recover a disposal.
Yeah, because I thought I did take a look at the disposal, and it just talks about it's done through Osmond Auction or, okay, if you could clarify that for me as well. Because if we can have the extra money back in our reserves, I think that would be most beneficial. My other question then is on the safe and livable community streets. I'm just wondering why the need for 17 FTE? Like, is that the labor force to install the speed tables and curb extensions and that?
It is part of that. There's the installation, but there's also the ongoing work with the communities, expanding the program, which was what we were directed to do as part of this budget process, and expanding the safe and livable streets as well as the Street Labs project. That was based on the volume of work that was proposed. That was the required resource.
Okay, but I think in one of the responses to my operating questions, it indicated that that level of engagement was going to be reduced. I mean, your department has the experts as to what creates a safe street. So, you know, and I appreciate connecting with the community, but I think that it just can drag things out. And I'll say Silverberry Road, that has been ongoing, I think, for over 6 years. And it was just recently after a death occurred that things got done.
So I'm not sure about the specifics on that one, but I think with the overall program, what we found is that for any of the street labs or livable streets projects to be successful, is that we do have to have an appropriate level of engagement for the residents to participate. So it's been a key part in us having any success with these safety programs.
I think the drawn out engagement caused more stress to the residents, but thank you. I'll come back for second round.
Sorry, I got distracted. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. I'll just follow up with Councillor Wright's questions around Twilliger Drive, just to get some greater clarity. So the $20 million adjustment in the spring, that was for a scope change, is that correct?
Sorry, where specifically? What time frame?
This spring, SOBA.
Adam, I can respond.
Go ahead.
So it was actually a transfer of funding from renewal to the acknowledgement of a debt for the renewal of the Rainbow Valley Bridges, which would start taking place in 2022 and then go into 2023, 2024.
Okay. And the 44 million before us now, that's a project cost escalation, not any changes in scope?
That's correct. Inflationary pressures that we're seeing.
And so I know the province invested 116 million, but they don't absorb any of that cost escalation as a funding partner. They just provide that one-time funding, regardless of the final cost of the project?
The way the project is structured, the inflationary pressures that we're seeing now are predominantly funded, is predominantly our portion of the funding. The remainder of the funding that would be coming for the province is for what we call stage 3, which is the interchange at Anthony Henday Drive in Terwillegar. If we see inflationary pressures, and I anticipate we will, then we will begin those discussions with the province to help.
Okay, so typically we would, but in this case, the cost escalations are happening just in sort of our funded portion.
Correct. Stage 1 was cost shared. Stage 2 is predominantly the City of Edmonton, and Stage 3 is predominantly the provincial government.
Okay. Well, in a response to a written question I had written, I'd asked about options for rescoping while maintaining some of the active transportation elements. And it was noted that, ramp widening or the white mud widening could potentially be revisited to reduce costs. But again, to Councillor Wright's point, do we achieve any actual savings through that, just given some of the delays, things like that? Like, what's the order of magnitude of the actual construction, and how does that play out in terms of some of the other factors?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to answer until we know specifically what scopes we're talking about, because there are some of those contractual impacts that we could realize on the basis of scope reduction, which is, again, what we tried to flag with the broader presentation. So, we'd have to get clear direction to investigate this, and then it would come with more detailed analysis to confirm exactly what could be done, so what the resulting number could be.
And what sort of time frame would even that process take, I guess?
Well, I think from a timing perspective, we are about to tender, so I think what it creates is a better risk for us in terms of what we would actually tender, and from a time frame perspective, tough for me to give an answer. I think it would be in the new year, but I'd be more concerned about the fact that we're progressing with a project and about to tender, and if we're receiving different direction from council, I'd sure like to know that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we wouldn't necessarily know what that cost was. So how about, would the implications be the same in terms of looking at design changes to integrate more of the transit priority measures in phase 2? Recognizing that some of the bridge widening work that's happening, the off-ramps, that's primarily not transit or even carpool focused at this point, if I'm understanding the designs correctly.
Actually, a big chunk of stage 2 is the transit infrastructure.
Well, for portions, I'm thinking more sort of the westbound Whitemud. I believe that's being widened, that the bridge is being widened to 2 lanes, but neither of those are transit priority or carpool priority, for example.
The westbound lanes are not, I think I got my directions right here, yeah. The westbound lanes are not, the eastbound lanes are transit lanes. The other part of the bridge is providing a separated pedestrian bridge. So,
yeah.
Sorry, I got you turned around here. I apologize, but what was the specific question?
That's okay. I can come around, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks for all the work on getting the responses to the written questions on the capital. That's where I'm starting. I haven't made my way through all the operating yet, but I'll thank you anyways, because I know they're probably excellent. Some questions. There was a reference to the corporate-wide fleet strategy and governance project, and I don't think I saw anywhere of when that comes back, that body of work.
Councillor, I'll have to just get back to you on the specific timing. I believe it was sometime in 2023, but.
So the plan is sometime next year. Because I know there were a lot of written questions about fleet, and I wanted to understand if that information could help influence our decisions around how we handle the fleet budget asks.
Correct. I'll get some confirmation on the specific time back.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Question regarding sort of land acquisition and developments and looking maybe more for a ballpark than anything else, but if I did my math right, I looks like with the exception of acquiring land for things like parks and school sites, we're planning on spending about $171 million in capital on development of land over the next 4 years. Does that sound about accurate?
Like an enterprise.
I can start with this one. In terms of the profiles that were put forward on the development side, those are based on the preliminary work that we've completed thus far. And so it will phase over time, and it may not mean that we will spend that full amount. It'll depend on the absorption in market and market conditions as we move forward. And the other thing I just mentioned is on the acquisition side, there are a few profiles within the real estate portfolio where we've identified potential acquisitions, but some of these are more of an opportunity purchase type of scenario and may not actually result in an acquisition.
Okay, so just to confirm, does that number sound relatively accurate? I mean, again, I'm excluding mature area land acquisition, things where we're buying parks or school sites, but instead actually developing land and things like that.
Generally, yes. Okay. It was 170 that you said.
Okay, 171 is what I calculated, but a million here or there, I'm sure. So I just wanted to get a sense of that. Thank you. Investments in unserviced industrial areas. So I'm probably going to look to Ms. McCabe, and I know one of my worries around that conversation we had earlier about debt room and things like that is we were originally planning on having an industrial call it an industrial renewal program, sort of like neighborhood renewal, but that's not coming till next year. What's your thought around that? Because I'm just worried we're not going to be able to service any of these unserviced industrial areas over the next 4 years.
We're working on the overall strategy through 2023, and in order to continue having industrial development within our boundaries, which is really important for protection of our tax base, we will need to make city investments in things such as infrastructure, but perhaps also in grant programs to help developers who are the first developers who are unlocking land.
Yeah, and I guess I'm thinking more about the spots that already where we don't own land, because that's a separate conversation. This council's had it, but I also think 171 million is a lot. But regardless, that decision's been made. So for the areas like Winterburn Industrial in the southeast and in the northeast, where it is already owned land, when would we have a sense of what that new plan looks like?
It'll be towards Q3 of 2023, Q3, Q4.
are we looking at, are we considering, I know in the past we were talking about different tax tools that the province has available, things like Bill 7, you know, I know they allowed the addition of CRLs, except not for us, but are there opportunities to maybe engage in those conversations over the next 6 months to help come up with that strategy? Because maybe that's a way to fund this work without having to tap into a very limited, unconstrained pool.
Potentially it is, and we will have those conversations with the province as we develop that strategy.
Okay, so that work is happening, and I wonder, is there any thought or is there any need to potentially have sort of council provide direction to, you know, so the mayor can do advocacy on the potential changes too? I'm just worried that if this only comes back in the third quarter of 2023, and then we subsequently have to go do further engagement, these unserviced industrial areas, which the last council had said we need to actually do something in these areas, I'm just not sure when that's ever going to happen right now.
Yeah, understood, Councillor, and I don't think we need a motion because we don't know what we'd go suggest for advocacy yet, but I will definitely put this on the radar as we do some of our intergovernmental updates in 2023 to make sure that this one is top of mind for administration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. One that I didn't submit as a question, and first of all, I don't have very many questions because I submitted so many, so I don't have many, but one that I didn't submit as
See, it helped, Andre.
that I didn't submit because I felt like it was a little bit too much. I found it really difficult going through all of the capital profiles and trying to map and understand the software and the hardware, the IT components of the asks within the capital budget. Is there any, like, where there's duplication, where there's overlap, where it's a new hardware or software, whether it's an upgrade? Like, I just found it really overwhelming, and it's probably because I'm not in that world of IT. So I guess, is there anybody that could answer, like, at a high level, what are our big growth asks with hardware and software, and what are our big asks with renewal on hardware and software?
So I could put together an answer for you. I'm not sure I can answer that right off the
fair.
top of my
And
head.
I know, and maybe I should have put it in the, I was hesitant to because I thought I didn't know how to frame it, but it was just really daunting to somebody that's not in the IT sphere. Another one that I was satisfied with most answers. I was not satisfied with my answer on the zoo composite. It said kind of what work, but there wasn't actually a budget breakdown of what was, when you prepared that composite, how did you anticipate this amount of money for these animals, this amount of money for these animals, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess a further question to that is, what is our ability as a council to start to break out some of those composites in amendments? Not just the zoo, but like there's a lot of composite profiles.
So I'll maybe just answer this in a general format first, and then Adam can add any further detail. But we use the composites when we know that the work is on the horizon and we've got an envelope of, we want to secure an envelope of funding for the projects listed in the composite. We don't break them.
Or they're under 5 million.
Yeah, so they're in the composite at a certain point in time. At some point, a large enough project will come out of a composite and go into its own profile when we're more certain of the costs.
Okay, well, and then, because I think the composite one is one that I'll probably have some questions on, because even some of the responses to the operating Q&A were interesting because the questions were, what capital profile is this linked to? And it was one project and one composite in this. So I feel like there's a lot to unpack there. Could we also get a list of all of the operating impacts of composite capital projects? Do you hear what I'm saying? If there's a composite and there's a project within that composite that's having an operational impact, can we get a list of those from the composites?
I think it depends on the project that's in the composite, and I'll maybe
because we've had to estimate the operating impacts, right? So if there's if there's a recommended or there's a tabled proposed operating impact, which there was a few, and then I specifically asked, what is this in relation to? And they cited a few, projects in a composite. It made me concerned about how many more like that are there. So I think it's important to break that down a little bit more.
So as it relates to renewal, certainly challenging to
Yep.
break down the operating impact. So when
Yeah,
you say
I wouldn't say renewal composites because renewal composites usually don't have operating impacts, but the growth composites do.
Okay.
Or the growth proportion, this is where it gets dicey, and this is where I don't understand.
Right.
The growth proportion of a renewal composite. So some growth portions in a renewal composite are 2%, some are 20%. That's a big difference.
So those growth composites that we have, those are in place so that we can follow our PDDM process. And when we get to a point of checkpoint 3, that would be the point in time where we would bring a capital profile that would essentially withdraw funds from that.
I guess I'm just trying to, if we're making capital decisions and there's operating impacts, I want to be able to site source all of those capital decisions that have an operating impact, whether they're in a composite or they're standalone profiles. That's what I'm asking for right now,
Right.
based on how the budget was built today and where we are today.
Right, and I think what I was getting at is that we don't have that level of detail until we get to checkpoint 3 to bring that standalone profile that would come with those corresponding operating impacts of capital, right? So if I use a fire hall, for example, that we've identified a couple in here, and we've got planning and design. Sorry, do you want me to stop or continue?
Yeah, it's okay.
Just
I
complete
think,
the answer quickly, if you don't mind.
We have a planning and design composite that includes those, and then we have a delivery composite that identifies the, order of magnitude amounts that are required. Until we get to checkpoint 3 and we understand the program, we're not at a point yet to definitively identify the operating impacts of capital. That would come when we come back to council to create that standalone profile.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yep. Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, all the work that's gone into this. So I want to just start by following up on some of the answers that were provided to Councillor Paquette's questions. I guess I take issue with the idea that there's not broad public support for climate action, and just surprised to hear that being put forward. It just seems contrary to the survey data that we've collected for years from Edmontonian city plan, energy transition. So looking for some clarity, I guess, on that. And as a secondary question, we've discussed the possibility of having a dedicated levy for renewal. What would the implications of having a dedicated climate levy be?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And I am not saying that there's not broad support for climate change. Let me be very clear. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between people saying, yes, I support climate change, and people actually making tough decisions in their own lives that make that change. So, for example, a year ago, we had 712,000 car registrations in the city of Edmonton, up almost 2% above the year before. That is not, I would argue, is not action. And so people are deciding to get a new car, register more cars. So we registered more cars in that year than the previous year. And so I was simply saying that I would like to normalize that climate action. I would like people, and this is hard because we all have our decisions to make, right?
Yeah, and
so
I think
it's the balance. It's a different thing to ask, do you support climate change? That's one question. Another question to say, are you willing to give up a percentage of your salary for climate action is a totally different question, I would say.
For sure, yeah, and I think, thank you for the clarity, first of all. And I think I always just worry that we risk falling into the sort of individualization of climate action, whereas as a city, as a municipality, we have the ability to actually shape people's choices and options based on the decisions we make.
Yeah, and I think we have a leadership role in there. And absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then, going to totally switch gears. So the way that we currently fund affordable housing, I'm looking at the affordable housing growth funding presented as a capital item, even though Like, we don't get to have the benefit of tapping into debt for it, right? Like, we need cash for it, essentially. So I'm wondering, like, is that because of the way we have to tap into federal funding? Why do we have that type of model where we don't actually reflect it as debt, as capital?
It gets into who owns the assets.
Yeah, and so maybe I would start by saying that in general on the capital budget, like while most things are capital, sometimes I would consider capital to be projects. And some of those projects don't necessarily meet the definition of capital, but they still appear in our capital budget because we're funding them with one-time money, not ongoing base funding. For affordable housing, in general, when we construct these projects, they are then they are transferred to another organization. They are no longer our asset, and that's why debt isn't a applicable funding source for them.
Right, okay, and maybe I'll follow up on that one, but with the remainder of my time, I just want to get to two specific things, again, unrelated. So Coliseum demolition, looking at some of the questions that I submitted and responses I received, one of the answers says that the demolition would require operating funding, not capital, as it does not result in a tangible capital asset. But in a different answer, there was reference to possibly using land enterprise retained earnings to fund the debt servicing costs if tax-supported debt were used. So I'm just a little confused.
So I'll try and tackle
Sure.
this one with help from Mr. Jiraki. But in general, the demolition of an asset would not be considered capital unless it was tied to a larger project. So if you're going to demolish the Coliseum and not construct anything, and you haven't made decisions to fund anything else or fund that demolition as part of a larger project, that's an operating expense. If demolition were part of a larger capital build, then we could likely use debt for that. But it would be debt on a whole project, not just the demolition of the building.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, it's my understanding this capital project is try to balance renewal and growth projects. And what I heard and from my constituents, and then include myself by reading the book, I have a little bit of concern about the balance and between the renewal project and the growth project. So let me start the first question about for the next 4 years new budgets, we have $7.75 million, but of this, and we have 4.44, and then for the previous approved project. So that means 57% is over half is for previous approved project. So that means it's only left 43% of the budget for the renewal project and also for new growth project. Then my question to you is, do you have the percentage and then of this 43% of total budget, how much for the renewal project and how much for the new project asking?
Let me check on the percentage, but I would describe it this way. So $4.4 million of projects that were previously approved. They're large-scale transformational projects. They'd qualify as growth. Of what was left, we focused heavily on renewal funding because we only had enough money for renewal, not growth. But I can get you the split.
Wonderful. And then my related next question is about, and because even though, and what I heard is heavily focused on renewal project, but based on information providing the capital, we should have ideal and 3.5 billion for the renewal project, but so far right now, and then with all the consideration for the constraint funding for the bridge and for some other sense, we are down to 30.4% of the total of this 43% left, and to the Renew project. So actually, if you look at what we heard from our public, our Edmontonians, we want to focus on the Renew for the community renew program, sidewalks, roads, and so many things, and then actually our Edmontonians face daily and to impact our quality of life. And then, so my question is, if we are even not achieve the minimal level to support Renew project, and how we can implement our actions project to really to meet that community needs, and for the community renew, and for the sidewalks, road maintenance, that is many Edmontonians asking for.
I think that's the challenge that we had with this budget, is that from an infrastructure renewal perspective, there's certainly a target level of investment that is guided by our modeling on the basis of funding that's available. We didn't hit that mark because there wasn't enough. We made some recommendations on specific renewal projects to utilize debt as a way to provide more capacity, but this is the challenge that we have with this budget. So I mean, it's somewhat a challenge for us to try and identify the funding to accommodate our renewal desires.
I understand that that's just a challenge for us. I believe our Edmontonians understand as well. But my question is there any way we could to explore, to find, and to really face this challenge? And yes, it's a challenge. But is there any way we could find a solution to address this challenge? And specifically, if we're talking about the quality of the life for the people, if we're talking about supports the community, but this is what they're asking for, the basics and for our city. If you get a chance, I believe, like, not you, and specifically, as general speaking, and get a chance to drive around in some like mature neighborhood, drive around in some new neighborhood, and you can see and what really daily impact our Edmontonians every day.
Yeah.
I have this
my time is
Come
out.
for
Thank
next round,
Okay,
please, Councillor
thank you.
Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Lachlan, maybe I'll start with you. I may need Ms. Lattiser's help here too. So on the Twilliger Drive project, this next phase includes improvements to the westbound ramp. That ramp curls under Twilliger and then proceeds southbound. So you know the ramp I mean. Traffic patterns currently are that congestion on that ramp backs up onto White Mud Drive. Is that your understanding as well?
Peak hour, yep.
Peak hour, yeah. So we have vehicles in the left lane of White Mud stopped, stationary, and other vehicles making their way down White Mud towards the west end, traveling at least 80 kilometers an hour. Is that a safe situation?
No, I think certainly desire from a safety perspective on a freeway situation is not to have vehicles standing. However, I would also suggest that you want to create balance in terms of how folks move around the city by providing other modes. So you can't freeway yourself out of congestion. I think that's what I'm getting at.
Okay, so we should leave it the way it is?
No, I didn't say that. I think what I was getting at is there is a capacity issue there from a peak hour perspective based on current mode choice. You could argue based on current mode choice options that are available to folks. But it's certainly something that from an operational perspective would benefit from an improvement.
Do the on-demand buses that go from Southgate to neighborhoods in Riverbend and Twilliger use that ramp to get to where they're going? I'm going to say yes, because I know.
Okay.
So we have a situation where we've got, vehicles stationary and vehicles moving very fast. Some of the vehicles that move very fast are traversing the city. They're 18-wheelers, for instance. So could we imagine a scenario where we've got a on-demand bus or a school bus or a DATS bus sitting in the left lane trying to get into Terwillegar that has an 18-wheeler doing 80 kilometers an hour in its rearview mirror?
So the answer is yes, but I imagine there's other locations in the city where that potential is there as well. It's the nature of a goods movement corridor blending into a.
Sure, let's talk about other situations in the city. So for instance, further down Terwillegar Drive, we've had a series of improvements to right turn lanes, and this is where Ms. Ladouceur might be of help, where we've actually changed the profile of those right turn bays to be less of a curve and more of an angular intersection. That's a safety concern, correct?
That's correct. The standards around those intersections are now better understood to be tighter turns. Yeah.
So when we make those improvements from a safety perspective, do we go out and do engagement? Do we only do the lanes that have buses in them, or do we take safe situations and correct them?
We take a holistic view of our projects when we advance them.
Okay, well, I'm guessing from the responses and actually the way I'm getting the responses is that administration would support a change in the scope of this project.
No. Administration has made a recommendation around the capital budget. It's the one in front of you.
Well, I'm trying to reinforce those recommendations and I'm getting equivocating answers.
Not intending to, Councillor Carmel. I'm trying to provide responses that reflect scenario situations that certainly exist on White Mud onto Terwillegar, but those scenarios could exist on other locations. Our recommendation is in the capital budget, which is to proceed with this project with accommodating the inflationary pressures that we've realized on this project.
It's my understanding that Windermere, the collective communities of Windermere, will be built out to 65,000 people. I think that's the right number. We'd like that to be a community that at least considers transit as a mobility mode, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Is there any other realistic opportunity to provide premium transit service, the premium transit service that is either present or planned for every other part of the city without these dedicated lanes on Terwillegar?
These dedicated lanes on Terwillegar are an important part of providing that service for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Let's see if everybody had one round. Oh, list disappeared. Oh, everybody did. Okay, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I am looking at page 35 of the capital budget. I just need, this is the projection of the debt servicing cost, right? And the interest cost. I look at 2021, the annual borrowing cost is 2.70, right? Then it goes into almost doubles to 5.15, and you told us that that will continue to probably increase. The question I have is, the projects that we approved, like Yellowhead, Terwillegar, 50th Street Rail Crossing, have we already borrowed money on those and locked in at the lower rate? Or are we going to borrow incrementally as construction proceeds?
We borrow as construction proceeds and as the cash is required.
Okay. So even though Yellowhead, we started work a number of years ago, all the money that we needed to borrow has not been borrowed at the lower rate. We will borrow in stages.
Yeah, some of it's been borrowed,
Yeah.
but we borrow to match the cash flow need. So
And-
not all of it has been borrowed yet.
So if we need to borrow portion of the expansion of Yellowhead in 2023, you're looking at almost double the rate that was in 2021.
Yes, the
Okay.
interest rates have increased.
Okay, yeah, that's, okay. My understanding was that we just lock in at once, but I thank you. Because that definitely put a lot of pressure on the cost of paying off that debt. Okay. Moving on to some other questions on the garage. I'll start with that. This new bus garage that we want to build in the southeast. You're proposing 50% cost from the city and 50% from the feds, and keeping that money in abeyance, right?
What we have is approved money for land.
Yeah.
And essentially, yes, that this would be a 50-50 cost share.
Yeah. So in my experience, being in that position in the federal government and also being here for a while before being in that position, vast majority of the transit-related funding from the federal government flows to municipalities through the province through a bilateral agreements where federal government would require province to match, right? So why are we not accounting a contribution from the province when we would know that it will come through that bilateral agreement? In most cases, it's the combined share of the feds and the province is more than 50% in those projects.
So when we bring you profiles, we bring you known amounts of funding. So we're comfortable with the federal funding. We don't have a level of comfort that that provincial funding is secure yet.
Yeah.
And so we only bring you a profile that has funding sources that we're certain of.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that the federal funding will come with conditions that province must contribute to match that funding, right? Which will reduce our share from 50% to a lower share.
I'm not sure that's a condition of this particular program.
It will be. That's what the hot transit funding is. Like I negotiate that bilateral agreement on transit funding, and the permanent transit fund that will become available in 2026 or any other funding that will become available, it has to come through conditional funding. Even the operating funding that we got from to meet during the COVID, there was conditional funding from the federal government. So what I'm trying to get is, I think we're letting province off the hook, right? And we should actually be proposing to share the cost of that garage with the province and the federal government and us.
So this is under the zero emission funding program.
Yeah.
And hasn't yet been an ask for the province to provide funding with that. I do agree that permanent transit funding would require a match from the province. So not to suggest that we wouldn't seek funding from the province, the current program we're applying under and have some level of comfort that this project qualifies does not require the provincial funding.
It will qualify. Maybe I'll come back to that on a second round on that. I'll take the chair back.
Return.
And actually, no, Councillor Paquette haven't had a first round. So Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Okay, just finding the button. I wasn't expecting to get up. So just a quick question around the Ball and Belvedere revitalization. So in April 2021, we got a report that said that it was $5.8 million to identify priorities for that revitalization. But the recommended amount in the unfunded budget is $22 million. So I'm just wondering if we could get some clarity there.
I'll just look for some support from either. Oh, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess to try and clarify that, when we set out our budget for 19 to 22, Councillor Paquette, it was to do predominantly the checkpoint 1 to 3 work, the design work for this area, to set ourselves up for the opportunity to consider taking a lot of those projects into delivery. So probably the differences in the dollars would have been the estimates of that progress that was happening at that time.
So the estimate at that time is now incorrect, is what you're saying?
Yeah, we would have progressed our designs, and we'll just be towards the end of this year, seeing where we've landed on those costs and iterating out through our PDDM process what our actual expected cost will be for each of those moving forward.
Okay, I think I'm missing something. Okay. I'm missing the jump from 5.8 to 22 million. And what am I missing there? Because that's certainly not just like, oh, well, we see the scope changed by an order of magnitude 4 times.
Yeah, we'll have to take away and look at the exact numbers you're referencing and what they're referenced to. But the scale of what this was to be was about a couple million, so about 2 million for design, and then up to another 10 to 12 million for delivery was the initial scoping that we did at the start of the budget cycle. So I think we're going to have to take away and look at the numbers you're referencing and make sure I'm correctly conveying them. But at a broader level, that was the intent for the area.
Yeah, fair enough. And so we're at checkpoint 3 on that one then?
On a lot of those projects that we scoped in and did, we would be, by the end of this year, we'll be at checkpoint 3 and be in a better position to know to move forward on those.
Okay, well, if you like, just send me a memo and we'll figure it out from there.
Sure, we can get you updated information on where it's at currently, for sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Can you move the second? Sorry, we don't need the second.
Oh,
Sorry.
no,
I totally forgot.
Second round.
We don't need it. We suspended the rules. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I also failed to apologize or to thank for all the great written responses. It really helps a lot. And I just have a few other to follow up on, but just to close the loop on to Williger. So, you know, I really hear that safety issue in terms of folks coming westbound around the loop. My assumption would be that the additional lane that's available to traffic now onto Williger Drive may help to ease some of that backup. Is that a fair assumption in terms of how that system works?
That's correct.
Okay. So then I guess, you know, I do see again in the future there could be value in, so if the safety concern is potentially resolved through the work that's happening in phase 1, I do still see that in the future we may want 2 lanes. If, again, we wanted a dedicated transit lane for that area. So is there anything that has to be done now to ensure that is doable in the future? Like, would a design have to change compared to it's just designed right now as a standard lane?
Well, I would say we've got some flexibility on the basis of the current design that we have, or what we're proposing to implement in terms of different lane choices in the future on the basis of mode shift. I would also want to make sure it's clear that stretch of roadway is also a premium goods movement corridor that we need to consider, and it linked to, I won't name the east leg, but it certainly links to the west leg of 170th Street and the north leg of Yellowhead Trail. So it does have to have a balance between good movement and other sorts of movements.
No, and that's a good reminder as well. I don't often think of the White Mud as being the primary goods movement corridor, but it is an important one. And so again, just you know, I think to the point of really wanting to ensure that we have good transportation alternatives built in. I guess what I don't see right now is, you know, that dedicated bus lane onto Williger Drive headed north, and then it would get to the to the White Mud, and then there's no more bus dedication at that point. Is that just because we don't see congestion as big of an issue there right now?
So, and Pascal can help me with this, but the transit lane that we're talking about gets us to 119, 122, and then provides an opportunity to get to South Campus. On the westbound, there isn't a specific, and please correct me if I'm wrong, okay, there isn't a specific lane dedicated to transit. Future proofing gives us an opportunity that if we, for example, years ago on the Quesnel, we utilized the shoulder as a jump through to provide transit, a queue jump, so to speak. So those are the operational options we would have in the future should that be needed for the westbound.
Great, so that is being built in. And
Councillor, if I can just add, the movement from South Campus back to Terwillegar is done through White Mud South, and that will have a dedicated bus lane.
Great. And I apologize, so when I look at the designs online, I don't see the dedicated route to 119, 120.
So on White Mud, the bus will be on the shoulder with a dedicated lane up to the interchange.
Okay.
So maybe just not on that scale of drawing, easy to see, or we don't have it highlighted, but that has been the intention. That is the contribution that this is adding from going back when we were looking at Terwillegar as a expressway instead of a freeway. This provided that opportunity as well.
And if I may just add, through the city plan, we did mass transit planning, and we did a technical study on planning for 1.25 million, and Terwillegar is identified as a bus rapid transit or premium transit route in that mass transit planning as well.
Great. Thank you very much. I think that's it for Terwillegar, and I'll follow up with some other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So a few more questions based on some of the written responses, probably to Mr. Walbaum, I think, on a few neighborhood renewal pieces. There was a written response related to Belmead and La Pearl, and the suggestion was that Belmead and La Pearl, because they're sort of in a similar state, it's likely that those projects will be bundled for neighborhood renewal. And I think, is that fair? Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. It was just which years we would start one versus the other in the progression of that bundle.
And then just the last follow-up on that is that the way it was written in the response, I just want to be sure, essentially you start with one year, which it looks like it's Belmead in 2026, but essentially you would then do the next one starting the following year, and they're each probably 3-year projects based off the size of the community. Is that correct?
Right, and we would look at how we would progress the community engagement and all elements in a similar progression way and engage that way as well. But you're correct overall, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, that's great news. Those two areas are, we were supposed to do a sort of the mid-tier one in 2020, but it was determined they needed a full overlay, and they've been patiently waiting, so I think they'll be excited about that. One other question on 189th Street. The written response suggests that there will be another body of work to determine what the appropriate roadway width should be on 189th. And I guess I just want to ask the question because we are actually building a multi-use trail along 95th Avenue from 163rd all the way to 189th. And we'll have another multi-use trail from 87th Ave essentially all the way to the transit center and then to the rec center. But that stretch on 189th won't have one if we just do essentially an overlay on the road. And so do I need direction in the form of a subsequent motion to make sure that we don't essentially build a 30-year road that doesn't allow us to fill that gap? That may be to Mr. Laughlin, I don't know. Or
Yeah, I just need to look into this to confirm exactly where you're talking about,
Sure.
Councillor Knack, and maybe that's more of an offline conversation that I
We can do
clarify.
that, and then I can follow up. I just want to make sure we don't miss we're building a beautiful multi-use trail network in the West End, and then there will be 8 blocks that won't have anything, and we've got a chance to fix it when we're doing that work, so I don't want to miss out on that. One other question, and sorry, these are all small ones, I know, but this is all I have left based on the written responses. Terralosa Park Trail, the written response talks about how the dirt trail or the gravel trail is hard to maintain, I think, because of how it's situated in the pond beside it, the stormwater pond. And the written response seemed to suggest that we might also consider a paved trail there, that it isn't exclusively going to be replaced with another gravel trail. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, we're still in the design phases, so we'd be looking at all of those options and what made sense as part of our design.
Perfect, and we will take into consideration a spot like that because that's right beside the West End Seniors Activity Center. Terralos is one of the highest percentages of seniors. We might, and it's been really hard to maintain a gravel trail because it's been muddy and folks haven't been able to use it. So we'll seriously consider that as we're debating what type of trail to reconstruct, correct?
Yes, without fully committing what type, part of our process will
Understood.
take all of those elements into account when we look at what we think
Yeah,
that should be
and
when we're done.
Appreciate it. You don't want to pre-commit. I just want to make sure we're doing a full, proper GBA plus analysis with a pathway like that. I think the only other question I have left is in the written responses, it talks about the midlife fleet refurbishments, and it seems like now we're moving away from that. So it talked about how we're expecting like now a standard 8-year lifespan on a lot of our fleet versus the 20 years that we sort of got from the mid-year. Can you provide some information? Because I think when that was first brought in, it was seen as this big win, a good way to save on costs, all of this. And now it seems like we're considering it's not as effective as we once thought it was, and we're switching back to the old model. So, Mr. Sever?
Councillor, I don't think we're actually switching away in a real quick fashion. I think over time, as we replace the fleet, but it's going to take some time before we get to that shorter lifespan or shorter age target. So until that time, we'll still rely quite a bit on
I guess more the question is what's caused us to think about making to make that switch back? Because I'm probably out of time. I'm gonna
Come back next. Come back next
we'll
round.
see if I need to. I can chat about
No,
that
no,
later.
it's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I only ask good questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, all right. It was an excellent question. Okay. Okay, Councillor Wright.
Okay, here I go with my mediocre ones. Just focusing back on the composite profiles. So I know you can move items up the priority list, and then you also review the priority list as well. But Adam, you said council would make the changes when it gets to checkpoint 3, and then it would become its own profile?
So our process for PDDM is that when we're using a composite approach is that we would progress a project to checkpoint 3 at that point in time. If the value for a growth project is over 2 million.
2 or 5?
2 for growth, 5 for renewal.
Okay.
We would create a standalone profile, and it would be at that point in time that standalone profile would be council approving direction to proceed with the project from checkpoint 3 to construction.
Okay, but on renewal, if it's under 5, you can pick and choose? Like, I'm just wondering if there's something that we didn't want in a profile, can we pull it out, or can we pull out the ones that we do want to create its own profile?
Well, we create the standalone profiles based on the thresholds that I identified.
Okay, but not until checkpoint 3. Like, I'm talking about like right now.
Well, certainly if there's projects that are identified that we recommend that you would want to remove and we haven't started the design or it's at checkpoint 3, council could choose not to advance the project. You can do that. You can make an amendment that way.
Okay.
As it relates to renewal, I mean, it's condition-based, so I'd like to understand why a renewal project would change.
Okay, I'm just hypothetical. See, mediocre question. Because I did ask about a few different composite profiles. One of them was the technology applications one, and that's less than 10 million being assigned to that. But again, so then council wouldn't really have the opportunity to have any input on that. It's left in your hands, right?
IT you're talking about?
Yeah. And the one that I referenced in my question was CM 181510.
You're asking if it's required?
No, I'm asking, there would be no further council input if one of those projects or one of those items listed became a priority over another.
Generally we'll follow our internal governance requirements, and it would, so something might become a priority, but something would have happened to change that priority.
Okay, and like the likelihood of that being over 5 million, I would hope wouldn't. is very low, that it would come to council for approval again?
Yeah, if it was over 5 million, it would come to.
But if under, it's just, you guys take care of it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to go back my previous question and for the renewal budgets. So in this proposed capital budget, it ends up so only 34% level, at that level and of budget be funded and for renewal projects. So I'm reading the documents here. That means we have 70% of shortfall. And for the basic needs that impact the quality of life daily and for Edmontonians, 70% shortfall. So then I have three related questions based on the three different categories. The first one is the sidewalks. Does this mean for all the sidewalks already scheduled to be done will be pushed further, or will still keep the planned schedule and for the sidewalks repaired?
For sidewalks that are in neighborhoods, they would progress based on the schedule that we've established for neighborhood renewal. So unless there is a contemplation to change funding allocated to neighborhood renewal, that will continue as planned.
Even with this shortfall?
Yes, neighborhood renewal is a constrained renewal funding source, so it's fully allocated based on the reserve that's been built up through the neighborhood renewal program.
So, okay, that's very good to know. And then also, and is that for some like mature neighborhoods, and then we actually receive lots of complaints and regarding the safety concerns for the sidewalks and for seniors and for youth and then also for the residents there. And is there any way and could advance this type of sidewalks renew for certain neighborhoods, not all neighborhoods? And for
Councillor Rice, we do have sidewalk repairs and renewal considered in the transportation minor renewal composite. That is part of the proposed capital budget. So we would be able to go and do some renewal for highly problematic areas.
Yeah, I understand we have that approach in place, but actually that is a problem there. And because many residents come back, say that minimal repair is actually creates a new problem, is not resolve the problem. So I would like city to be aware of this, and then I can give you some like the neighborhood's name, and you can take a look. And so that's his complaint come from. And actually, I personally drive there and look at. And so this is why I'm asking, can we do in like entire repair instead of doing this minimal repair actually creates a new problem right now residents complain about?
So I think from a neighborhood renewal perspective, the priorities are set based on condition. There are some areas that, from an entire neighborhood perspective, are in a worse condition than others. That's how they get prioritized.
Yep.
But for these small segments that Pascal identified, that there is a program that's in the capital budget in terms of the breadth and depth. We'd have to confirm the exact locations. That coupled with, and Gord may want to speak to this, the approach to repair sidewalks, and I know you alluded to maybe not going far enough, but I believe there's a new process in terms of looking at how to enhance those repairs.
Okay, so I'm looking forward for the new process, and because for the existing process and actually the complaint and then already there and the new process and already demonstrated is not, existing process is not working for this type of repair. So I just want to put there for the sidewalks, another one for the nodes. And so right now in our city, and the goal is to explore, extend to 2 million. And then for newer neighborhoods, there are many, many nodes right now. Actually, is not up to the basic level and for people even like drive on? And is there any plan and for those nodes and developments even to meet the basic needs and when people move into these newer neighborhoods and to have the basic roads for them?
Councillor Rice, a lot of that occurs at the pace of development. So as new development comes online, the roads get developed to the standards, and they're often developed by the developers in the area. So the pace of development is often what dictates when those roads might be upgraded in developing neighborhoods in our city.
I think my time is out, so I will come back.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you very much. I just want to turn to Lewis Farms for a sec. So there's, of course, the carrying cost of the asset. So, and not just the debt, but the So can you help me understand if effectively we commit to building at 300 or 370 million, we can carry the debt, which is relatively cheap. But what would be the operational implications that we'd be strapping ourselves to with a new rec center at administration's recommendation?
Just bear with us.
Councillor, it's Roger Jevon here. I go on my memory, but I believe the net operating cost for operations and maintenance was about 7.5 million.
Councillor
So it's an
Jans,
additional 0.5%. Hello?
you can find the operating impacts for the Lewis Farms Community Recreation Center on page 646, and that covers the operating impacts out to, it takes a while to phase that in, so it goes all the way out to 2029 before they're fully incorporated.
Okay, so roughly, it's not just the building and the debt; it's also adding 0.5% essentially to the tax increase every year just to operate the thing. Is that correct? Like that's taking into account rentals, or like, because I heard from some folks like, oh, we could make money on rentals or on clubs or on tournaments, but I just don't see how that math works.
Now, Councillor, all of the community recreation centers and the leisure centers all require a tax levy subsidy to operate, and Lewis Farms would be no different. We would generate about 6 million in revenue, but the net operating costs would require a subsidy.
Right, and so the net operating cost would be about 7.5 million a year every year. Is that right?
That's right. Once it's up and fully running.
Okay, so if going back to capital questions, then if we were to say, you know what, we need to stop and reconsider Lewis, and we want to then sell a portion of the land that is there, we could have that land zoned and turned into housing or another city plan compliant purpose. Yes.
It is possible for anything to advance to a public hearing process and for the Assembly of Council in your quasi-judicial role to determine if that's the right zoning for that use or not. I'd have to look at the neighborhood structure plan, Councillor, to see if it would be something that administration would support or not.
Right. Can I ask Mr. Laughlin? So I was looking at Councillor Cartmel put up a blog about safety concerns with Terwilliger Drive last night. I'm looking at an email I was sent by a constituent, but these Terwilliger Drive ramp changes, were they motivated by safety or by convenience? Was this like a mode reduced time in traffic change?
I wouldn't say it was convenience. I would say it's they advanced on the basis of corridor improvement, which includes safety. It includes, as I mentioned, goods movement corridor, enhanced good movement, and I think recognition that there is a commuter component on the basis of how do you accommodate current modes within that area. And the Terwilliger Expressway, which again, it was a shift from a freeway concept to an expressway concept, provided more options. So I think it's, I mentioned earlier, a holistic view in terms of why these improvements advanced. And
Great.
I would say I would consider all of those.
I'm looking at the 2021 annual report of the Edmonton Police Service, and it talks about a third of the fatalities on our roads actually involved pedestrians, and the top area for accidents was actually the southeast, where 6 out of 18 people were killed. So I guess, how does safety data factor into our capital planning decisions, not just in Terwilliger Drive, but in all of the other intersection and changes and improvements proposed in this capital budget? Like, how do we use data?
Well, I can speak to a program that we know.
Sorry, I'm out of time. I missed my clock. That's an unfair question. I'll just leave it there. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay. Come back again, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I will. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just want to pick up where I left off around the Coliseum demolition. So I guess what I'm hearing is, since there is not going to be sort of a tangible asset at the end of the actual demolition, that is why it cannot be done on debt.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I guess I'm wondering, I view it as almost, I mean, it's like a $35 million liability right now. And if we are able to eliminate that and open the door to, I think in questions, the answer I got back, it's about $11 million worth of developable bare land. Is that not, like, that's not an asset? Not really.
Not an asset that allows us to borrow. It's not a tangible capital asset. It has to be, for us to be able to borrow, it has to be a tangible capital asset that is an asset that we own and is in our control. And land development also doesn't count as a tangible capital asset because it becomes inventory that we liquidate.
Okay.
I appreciate where you're coming from, but we are constrained with those rules.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I will think about that further. And then I also asked a question about how many of our community recreation facilities are anticipated to fall into DNF condition over the next 10 years. And I received an answer back saying there's about 30 facilities, everything from like Kinsman, Londonderry Fitness Center, Orange Hub, East Glen, Millwoods Rec Center. I won't go through all of them, but it totaled about $900 million. And just looking at how close we're going to be getting to our debt ceiling and looking at that 2029 number, I guess I'm looking for a bit of clarity as to what is going to happen to all of those assets that are falling into disrepair. And Councillor Rice, I think, touched on this, pointing out the renewal gap earlier. But just realistically looking at our debt limit, what type of conversation is going to have to be had around those assets?
Well, number one, we prioritize criticality in terms of our approach to renewal. So what's available will get prioritized to the most critical need. Number two, we take a combination of capital and operating approach to make sure that we don't, minimize the impact of facility closures and impacts, and in some cases limp along facilities until they can get to that larger investment. Number three, we've sort of talked about the need to look at our entire asset inventory from a rationalization perspective, so that has to continue. And then number four is look at long-term options for how we could allocate the right funding to maintain our infrastructure or invest in our infrastructure from a capital perspective. And I think that comes down to ensuring that this municipality, other municipalities in the province are funded adequately to do that.
Right. Okay. So the limping along portion would be on the operating side, though.
It's a bit on both. Last budget cycle, I think we allocated $30 million of capital for what we would call emergent renewal requirements, and so we would continue to take that approach.
Okay. That's helpful. And then, just with my final minute here, I wanted to ask a question about the district energy strategy. Recognizing this is a long-term play to ultimately, hopefully, build out a citywide network for district energy. And in one of the questions that I asked, I got an answer back saying that there's a critical timing window that will be missed on district energy if it's not funded. And I just look at projects like exhibition lands, for example. What happens, or I guess what would be the cost if we aren't able to front end that strategy? Like, are we missing opportunities, essentially? I was trying to interpret that answer.
Yeah, I think what we were trying to identify is that it's like all of our capital projects, it's good to plan and have your plans in place when the opportunity presents itself to advance, whether it be from a budget perspective or, in this case, a development perspective. So I think having whatever degree of planning and design in place puts us in the best position to respond when there is an opportunity to advance, whether it be related to development or other opportunities from a building use perspective. I think that's what we're trying to identify. Is it's always good to be in a position of ready.
Got it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I want to come back to the Southeast Garage. I think we're deviating away from our policy of funding these large infrastructure projects with three-way partnership. We fund LRT with three-way partnership, with Yellowhead three-way partnership, 50th Street rail crossing three-way partnership. Here we are picking just doing two-way partnership. I would prefer that we stay within that practice, that we ask province to fund part of this Southeast Garage, right? And because what I hear from are they not come to you, maybe Andre? Province is pretty bullish on hydrogen, right? And this garage will be able to accommodate electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles. That's the whole plan, isn't it? Part of the plan.
Yeah, Mayor, I think the concern for us is, yes, we think we should push. I think there's a good opportunity to get provincial funding. But as Stacey mentioned, I think the profiles we put forward have to have some certainty of that, is what we normally do. So that's where we just don't have any certainty on that just yet.
Yeah.
And so that's the concern. I think we should absolutely push for that. I think we can work hard on getting that certainty. But we haven't even had a discussion, like not even one discussion with the province about whether they'd be willing to fund a third of that. And I think we have to go down that road a bit before we can change.
Oh, I understand that. I'm not saying that we stop doing the work that is necessary to prepare. What I'm saying is that we need to build into the profile a contribution from the province. Because if province, in my, the way, looking at our debt capacity and how limited room we have and other priorities keep in mind, I don't think we'll be able to build this garage without the province stepping up. That's the reality. I think we need to push hard, and I think we just being unrealistic in my mind that we will have $350 million, 50% partnership with the federal government. Then we won't be able to do many other actions that we need to take on climate change, even though this is a big part of climate change action as well.
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to understand, that we need to figure out a way engaging, put in the profile, but then start engaging the province at the same time. That's what I would suggest. Sorry, I know, Stacey, if you have comments.
So I think the issue is for me to change the profile with a funding source that is not known results in a capital project with an invalid funding source.
But the 50% from the federal government is also not known. So we're holding this in abeyance, subject to federal funding, right?
Right, but we're active with the federal government and know that this project, there's a greater degree of certainty. So I suppose if we put the whole thing in abeyance, or perhaps we just take it to only checkpoint 3.
What point is it at now?
Just not even past checkpoint 1. This is a very
So how
conceptual.
much time would it take us to get to checkpoint 3?
Pascal, do we have a time frame for that?
We're looking at potentially 12 months to get to checkpoint 3.
Okay, so that gives us time. I'm not saying that do not, allocate some of the debt room to this. I'm not saying that because if we take up the debt in other projects, there's nothing left for here. So I'm just trying to figure this out. Maybe we need to have a little bit of offside conversation on this, right?
I think that'd be helpful,
yeah, to get this to. Okay, I'll stop here and I'll come back for other line of questions on a different issue. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, actually, just picking up on Councillor Salvador's question around Rossdale and exhibition lands, are they predicated on district energy? Do we have a policy that that's how they will be built out?
We don't at this time, Councillor Stevenson, but we do see the opportunity, and that's why getting the planning and design ready, because retrofitting district energy is very challenging.
Yeah, so there are funded packages to advance both of the developments, but what is unfunded right now is the district energy strategy?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to touch on a few things in Rossdale as well. So I know that there's work being done in terms of governance structure to help guide the different projects that are happening down there. Just wanted to confirm, so the funded land enterprise retained earnings profile that is going to advance some of the preliminary development work in Rossdale, that will happen, that's not going to preclude or get ahead of the governance work that's happening?
That's correct. So the amount of money that's been identified is truly for planning, design, and engineering studies. So those are preliminary work that we're proceeding with, and then we still anticipate on moving forward with a governance structure update report to council. And then after that, that will inform what next steps we take.
Okay, and just some of that planning that's funded through the profile, that would be done in collaboration with that governance structure, is that correct?
Depending on how that rolls out, yes. Again, these planning studies are preliminary, mostly on the land development side, just to understand costs associated with development, but no actual construction work will proceed until such time that we move forward with determining what type of governance structure we want to create.
Okay, great. And is that also points? I just recognize, projects such as Touch the Water or the Indigenous Interpretive Park are unfunded right now. Do we anticipate the governance conversations potentially leading to recommendations to advance those to different checkpoints?
Well, I think certainly clarity on direction in terms of Rossdale, it would provide more guidance, but Touch the Water was a project that was advanced a little bit further than others. So I think it comes back to available funding sources, but also what's the approach or plan for activating Rossdale?
Yeah. Thank you. No, that's helpful just in terms of the sequencing. Just really want to dig in. I know I got a written response on this, but I'm feeling pretty worried about the power plant. There's the unfunded profile in terms of, just the imminent risk. Wondering if I could just get a verbal elaboration on that. It seems like these are some fairly critical building structures that if we don't address in the next 4 years may lead to building failure or loss.
So the state of the Rossdale power plant is fairly stable. I think we are continuing to work with EPCOR to confirm the transfer and do the proper maintenance around it. Where we really have a challenge will be when we want to explore reoccupying the power plant and making the proper roof replacements that can ensure that we can move ahead with that repurposing of the power plant.
Okay, well that's reassuring. So status quo, if there was no funding found, the building would stay standing?
That's correct.
Okay, and that maybe speaks to, again, that sequencing of getting some of that governance and broader visioning work done in Rossdale before proceeding. Ms. McCabe, did you?
Yes, Councillor Stevenson, I would agree. Getting that visioning done, the governance work and some of the planning and design that could be brought into the conversations around governance, because there'll be conditions about how it's developed and they'll have the data to help explore that further. So I think bringing that all together and then further down the line, bringing more information to council about what the longer term plan is for that building.
Great. Thank you so much. I thought I could do, I will probably need one more round, but I'll squeeze in a few. Just wondering the green and walkable priorities for downtown, just wondering how those were identified. I just noticed that, there's upgrades on 99th Street, but not necessarily on 101. yeah, just interest in some, just, yeah, how are those prioritizations identified for the green and walkable?
I don't have that information right now, but I'll get it for you.
Okay, perfect. Jumping around, do we have a really clear sense of if we reduce debt by X amount, how much operating room we open up? I know that there's probably lots of factors, but do we have a general sense of magnitude?
Sorry, if you reduce,
So let's say we reduce debt by 10 million, how much operating, like how much less debt servicing are we paying in operating?
every $100 million of debt is roughly 0.4% of a tax levy increase.
Great, thanks so much.
Okay, we'll take a break here, and we'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are on recess.
Afternoon.
Councillor,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Oh, forgot Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, are you there?
Hi.
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
here, thanks.
sorry for that. And Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right, so everyone is here. Let me pull up my list of, oops. Can you get the list of speakers, please? Here we go. Councillor Knack, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just, I'm going to do a follow-up maybe to Mr. Sebrick first, just on the midlife refurbishment. So I think I maybe misunderstood the written response. You're not necessarily eliminating that program. It's that you're adjusting because of new realities, new types of vehicles, but there's still a place for that. So it's
Correct. It'll help us transition to that life cycle model where a 14-year life cycle will give us an average fleet age of 7 years.
excellent. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Laughlin, yeah, it sounds like you might have you've had a chance to look at the 189th Street piece, and I just wanted to follow up on that and any information you can share.
Yeah, so, and Craig can provide more details, but it's going to be part of the neighborhood renewal project, so it would incorporate the same kind of approach that we take with our neighborhood reconstruction projects.
The only reason I think that one's a little different is that right now it's currently defined as not a full reconstruction, but the overlay, the rehab. So where we normally wouldn't, say, shrink the road down or put in a multi-use trail in place of the sidewalk, and so that's why I asked this question now, because that would literally be the only link in about a 40-block stretch without proper infrastructure, and that road's already a traffic safety issue. So I just want to know, is there something I can do to make sure we're not missing out on this opportunity and creating a 30-year gap?
Yeah, I think the commitment that it would be done as part of the neighborhood, its funding source is a little bit different, but
sure,
in a similar process as neighborhood renewal is where it would be ultimately constructed or renewed in a way that accommodates that. And Craig, do you want to just confirm that what I said was correct?
Yeah, you're correct, Adam. And Councillor Knack, we know your intent, so if anything is different on that, we'll definitely reach out to you and let you know. But my understanding is the same as what Adam conveyed. We'll be looking at all that context as part of the work.
Awesome, because that's just the last piece. I would hate to lose out on that, but I trust that you've got that on the list. I actually have just one other question. It was to Councillor Jans, one of Councillor Jans's written questions about the cost to build sidewalks and multi-use trails and roads. I was interested in the cost to build a multi-use trail and the cost at a 3-meter multi-use trail versus a 1.8-meter concrete sidewalk was the same, which leads me to ask, why do we build sidewalks at all anymore, except in very constrained, like, right-of-ways?
So I think part of it is the ongoing operational and maintenance components. With asphalt, it's certainly a different cost for O&M than it is for concrete. Concrete is more durable and it provides you a longer life.
So there's a bit of that. I guess from an accessibility standpoint and providing transportation alternatives, I'm wondering if that's, so I guess in my mind, I feel like I would want us to be doing multi-use trails unless something is absolutely preventing us from not recognizing there's a bit of a cost shift in that. But from hitting all of our other city goals, it feels like that should be the standard now going forward versus where it...
In place of a sidewalk?
Yeah. Because I think about, we just did 51st Avenue and added in the sidewalk. And now that's there for 60 years where, there was a pretty large right-of-way that we could have done a multi-use trail and actually fill in the fairly big missing link. And so I guess I'm wondering should that be a bit of a policy conversation of council, maybe not a budget conversation of saying, like, what do we want to provide direction on, sort of falling in this complete streets idea?
Yeah, so I think it is a standards/policy discussion. We have complete streets, the response to, I believe, your subsequent motion where that's probably a place where we could,
So when that all comes back, we can chat about it there. That's a
we
better
can,
time.
but I would say that the reason is the cost driver or life cycle cost driver.
And fair conversation to have. I'll think about it at that appropriate time, not a budget. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So appreciate you bear with me. I still want to starting focus on the basic infrastructure for our city. So this question is to Ms. McCabe. So you mentioned the developer's role and in some node services and then under newer development neighborhoods. So do you have inventory list actually to demonstrate how many cities, major roads under developers' responsibilities to be built?
We do, Councillor Rice. That's something, I'm not sure how much work it would be for us to compile that information, but yes, we do.
For me to ask that question because the main concern I received is about some roads, like for example 41F and Alistair Road, and all those actually impact everyday transportation for people to drive on and for the road services.
Yeah, developers build all of the collector and local roads, and the ARA bylaw indicates the developers have a responsibility. So if there's specific roadways, if you want to send me a list, I can let you know.
Oh, wonderful. And then my next question is there any measures and in place to ensure that development is done?
Yes, there is. In terms of when we accept the infrastructure in place through our construction completion process before the asset is turned over to the city. So we do have processes in place to make sure that it's constructed to the right level.
Okay, thank you for that. I may follow up for more details with you offline. Thank you. And next one is I would like to go back to the parks and turf maintenance and turf management as well. And specifically by looking at the budget engagement exercise, that is number one, our Edmontonians expect to city invest more on parks and roads and services. So my question is, how many district parks across city right now just finish the checkpoint 1 under operational budget, but not funded in this capital budget?
We'd have to confirm that, Councillor Rice, so you just have to give us a bit of time. And your question is, how many district parks have been advanced
to checkpoint
or
one.
identified as district parks, but then haven't progressed further into design?
Yes, and then because it's my understanding, and in like the business case, concept design or concept planning, advanced planning is under checkpoint 1, and after that, and then we need to move to the capital budgets. So right now, I would like to know how many district parks across city and already finished checkpoint 1 because that is funded under operational budget. We already spent that money and did the concept design, but right now it's just put there, not funded, and to the checkpoint 3.
Yeah, so we just have to do an inventory assessment and then identify where each of the projects are at.
Yeah, that information would really helpful. And because the parks act specifically for the lots of area, and we're lacking of green spaces, and that is our Edmontonians, residents, and then everyday use and in the community. And then I would like to see that information because that is part of our parks and the infrastructure investments. That is number 1 request, and to invest more on this. Then I move to the next question about the capital budget funding source. So capital budget funding source, and it's indicated very clear, we have 34.2% and from debt services. And then other together and say 8.7% of budget and from provincial and fed government. And then for the rest of those, my question is, specific for the debt percentage, do we have the specific number across Canada where our city is, and then with this debt number? And then is there any, like, for example, and we are in the middle, or we're in the high, and some city higher, some city lower, and do we have that information? What is the average?
So we do know that our debt is one of the highest per capita in Canada, and and per capita is probably the better way to measure that rather than percentage. And I think if we went back to the report that we provided on the debt management fiscal policy, we'd have some of the actual balances outlined from other cities, but I'd have to pull that.
Okay, so that means we're in the has. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I think just two more questions here. Wanted to follow up on the mayor's questions around the transit bus garage. Just looking for a little bit of clarity, like what would happen if we did just go to checkpoint 3? I know I asked a question about this, and it looks like it's 25 million to go from checkpoint 2 to 3. But would that, I guess, does that still provide surety that we are committed to this project? It's important, or does that place us in a more precarious situation because we're not actually accounting for the debt room that we'd want or need?
So we currently have an application for this. The profile is just for the debt, our portion, 50% debt. Then, so reducing that, if we would like our application to keep our application in the strongest position, the federal government is looking for commitment that we are interested in funding this, recognizing that we would still maybe want provincial funding. We would lower, if you lowered that, they could question the commitment. This would always come back to you. I guess I'm a little unclear on, we're holding this debt in abeyance. It is a constrained source of debt already, so it's not like it can be used in an unrestricted fashion. Why that actually, I'm not sure it's relevant as long as we don't spend before we have approval of the total project.
Right, okay. Yeah, and I guess we would have to go all the way up to the 18% in order to even get this into constraint, though, correct? Like it would fill up to the point where this gets pushed into constraint.
You're saying if you don't spend the entire 200,000.
Right.
Or 200 million.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose technically that could be.
But unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then one of the other questions I had, just looking at the bike plan implementation, I asked some questions around what percentage of the project cost is going towards engagement. And I was quite surprised by the number that I received back. It was, I think, 12 to 13% for engagement. And that just seems really high. I'm just looking for a bit of an explanation there. I know for other similar scale transportation projects, it's usually less than 1%. So just trying to understand that.
So, Councillor Salvador, it's important to remember that the cost of the infrastructure for bike lanes is lower than the cost of, let's say, a road reconstruction, for example. And so that when we look at the percentage of public engagement against the total of cost of the project, it will be significantly higher. Now, it's the public engagement for bike lanes is significant efforts to ensure that we listen to residents, users, and the same way that we would do for a more costly road reconstruction project, for example. And so I think the relative cost is higher, but the effort is very similar to what we would do for a road project.
What would that look like compared to neighborhood renewal? Like the engagement that we do for renewal?
Well, now that's where it depends on the approach that is directed from council. We would be looking at leveraging as much as possible the good work that is done on neighborhood renewal, but the accelerated approach would have some limitations around that.
Right, okay, and then when I look at the 3 different approaches or options for bike plan implementation, I'm assuming that that's where the variability comes in. It's just the style of engagement, is that right?
Well, the style and the possibility of engagement, and it might be more communication than engagement in some approaches.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, getting back to the fleet vehicles. So not just for EPS, but for, I think there's also other service packages in here. So, and Ms. Graham referenced the policy C617 for the fleet vehicle, the reserve policy, which doesn't apply to EPS and ETS and DATS and waste. But I'm just, is there no policy that does apply to these?
When we looked up the policy, the only policy is that for the city, the other ones, other than the ones you mentioned, they go back into the reserve. The ones that you mentioned, they go back to the department that purchased the vehicles.
Okay, because that's all I could find was that one,
Yeah,
but so there's no other ones?
No.
Okay, and that was, it shows being adopted by City Council in 2019 and needed to be reviewed every 3 years. So was that not reviewed in 2022?
I think what we do is when we do the, it's not totally related to the reserve, or to the fleet policy, but it's the reserves in general. So every 3 years, we do a review of all the reserves, and we've done that since 2019. And it's that work that determines whether we need to make policy amendments.
Okay, so that's something that admin reviews, not necessarily council?
Admin does, and we share it with council. And I believe it was shared in December of 2021.
Okay, okay. Gee, I wonder why I don't remember that. Okay. And then I think there was a reference to the age of vehicle being around 7 years is the average life. So why are we doing this every 4 years? And I know it says to align with budget, but should we have a policy that says sort of when we should be replacing fleet vehicles in general?
So I'll get Mr. Seabrook to weigh in. From the police perspective, I know that it's every 7 years, but every year they're purchasing vehicles. So it's not that they do a mass purchase in 4 years and then have to wait 7 years. They're purchasing vehicles each and every year. And then, so it comes in on as a cycle so that you don't see a big spike and then waiting 4 years. So it smooths out the purchase, but I'll see if Mr. Seabrook has anything else to add.
Thank you.
So, and I think the other important part, as I mentioned to Councillor Knack's question, is that, so for example, with buses, we target a 14-year life cycle, but that means the average age of a bus is 7 years. So you're going to have some that are not as old and others that are older. But the target for the average age is what allows us to smooth out the acquisition of the equipment on an ongoing basis.
Okay. That's it then. Thank you.
Can you take the chair, Councillor Wright?
I have the chair.
Just to follow up on Gord, I thought that we did midlife refurbishment on the buses at 12 years, then extended it 24 years.
Yes, for some of the older ones, we
Yeah.
were doing the later midlives, but
Yeah.
as we try and shorten that life cycle, so that will tighten up as we evolve over time. But it's going to take a period of time before we can actually get out of
I'm trying to understand the rationale, like why would a vehicle only last 7 years, right?
The life cycle is 14 years that we're targeting, but the average age would be 7 when you look at, because you'll have some that are newer, you'll have some that are older.
Okay.
But the average would
So
be
the
7.
vehicles that we are proposing to replace on the fleet replacement, they're 14 years old?
Some are quite a bit older in the transit fleet, for sure.
Okay. And on the proposal that where you are talking about investing on the fleet replacement, so the older 14 or above, right?
Going forward, we still have buses that are 20 years old.
Yes, yeah. But you're not getting rid of a vehicle that is 8 years old.
No, that's correct.
Okay, I just need to understand that. I didn't get a good sense on that part, on the changing the fleet to be more carbon neutral, right? we talk about climate change crisis and leading by example, but we're still proposing to buy vehicles that are still not carbon neutral.
So our plan is to definitely shift to a greener fleet. We're working on the plan to do that, but we still have to replace some while we move towards that. But where there are opportunities, we are purchasing hybrids, some electrical. We have examples of that with in fire, where we've replaced some of their light duty vehicles with a hybrid vehicle. So we are moving that way, but we have some more work to develop that plan.
Okay. I know there's an unfunded service package of $10 million to advance that work. Wouldn't it be prudent that we include that $10 million into the overall vehicle replacement envelope, and maybe some vehicles wouldn't maybe need to be 9-year average age, but we are at least replacing them with better fuel efficient vehicles?
That would be a potential we could take away and look at how we could amend what that present cycle is to accommodate a reduction, but that's something we could take away.
Okay, good. That's good. Okay, we'll think more about that, right? And on the one of the questions that was asked on the nature-based solutions to climate change, do we have some opportunities in that? And are we kind of tapping into those opportunities, or like I'm just trying to want to get a better understanding. Maybe is this Stephanie who would be answering that question? Like, how are we looking at that?
Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. I do think there's some opportunities here, especially with some of the work that we're doing with naturalization in the River Valley, through the work with in operations. But perhaps Chandra Tamaris could add more details to my answer.
Yeah, because federal government recently announced, I think last week, their a next phase of disaster mitigation initiatives, right? And when I was there, they were moving toward quite a bit on the nature-based solutions in that area. So some possible opportunities.
Absolutely, and I do know in our new developments as well, I have put the challenge out to some of our developers to continue to bring us some nature-based solutions as we build new developments, to test new ideas, and we're working with EPCOR on a number of things as well. And Chandra, can you add some more details?
Sure. For nature-based solutions, it's a key pillar in both of the climate strategies. So it has carbon reduction benefits as well as adaptation or resilience benefits. And there's a lot of work that can happen under that broad umbrella of nature-based solutions. It could be accelerated efforts around conservation and restoration. It could be efforts around tree planting and some of that green infrastructure.
Okay. We'll follow up on that. I'm out of time.
Well, then you can take
I'll take the chair back. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, Councillor Paquette, sorry. I'll try to keep track of this, right? But I may lose track of that over the next few days, but I'll try to keep as much track possible. Councillor Paquette, you're next.
It's always a fluid situation. So I just want to keep following up on the mayor's line of questioning there, because we did make motions in the last term about permaculture and things like that. And we got a report back that even the person who was actually consulted about the report said that the dollar figure attached to the effort was wrong. And it was a misquote. They misquoted his own numbers. So I'm just wondering, like, how seriously are we taking this?
Councillor Paquette, if that's to me, I think that we are taking all of our environmental responsibilities very seriously, and we're looking at collective action as well as individual action. Individual action through our Change for Climate work, collective action through some of the work that we're doing. But there's still a gap that exists that Andre had identified in his presentation, and so there's things that we can still absolutely do. Advocacy efforts that we need to have underway, and partnership efforts that we need to have underway with like example I highlighted is working with our developers as we bring in new neighborhoods to look at some more nature-based solutions.
Okay, but, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. It wasn't directly intended for you, Ms. McKay, but you're answering. So we actually did make a motion for permaculture and to explore that. And like I said, the numbers that we got back were not actually accurate based on the words of the actual consultant that we talked to. And I can tell you that they have expressed frustration both publicly in chambers and online and privately about that. And so I'm just wondering, are we actually engaging permaculture experts in an actual effort to transform some of these things? Because I know that Councillor Carmel shares my frustration about the difference between neglect and managed naturalization and permaculture.
Councillor Paquette, I'm not sure if I should answer this question.
Well, I don't know if you're the one to
You just told me the last one wasn't. The profile can absolutely support permaculture. That's part of the work that we've identified as possible nature-based solutions. I'm sorry, I do not know the report that you're referring to, but perhaps somebody else could chime in here with some of that information.
Maybe Mr. Seabrook wants to weigh in.
Councillor, I do recall a bit of that report, and I know that there was some discrepancies in terms of how some of that information was viewed. So we would need to certainly look at that as part of the work that Ms. McCabe was referencing. But there's definitely a potential, but I think we, in that particular report, my recollection was we identified comparators, and I think that was where there was still a question, was how accurate the comparisons were.
Yeah, and from what we've heard, they actually weren't. So I'm going to shift to Mr. Corball, because we were talking about sort of that buy-in from folks and understanding of folks about maybe some of those climate decisions. And if the city can take a lead and deliver on some of these permaculture efforts and showing that landscaping and the way that we manage our natural spaces can be different, that might actually get some buy-in. But I'm worried, and I'd like to hear your input on this, that some of the ways that we're approaching this, either not doing it or that naturalization, frankly, even though the promise is that 10 years, 20 years from now, it'll look good, in the moment, people are getting the impression that this is just a neglectful and ugly process or effort, and that there's actually no effort being put in. So isn't it incumbent on the city to sort of lead the way in this situation?
Yeah, I totally agree that I think our leadership in some of these things it's going to be a difficult challenge, but I think that is absolutely incumbent on the city to lead through this and to help change over the overall culture in the city. And if we've haven't done things perfectly in the past, we need to keep on improving that. And I think we've heard a lot about naturalization and how we can do it better, and I think we're listening to that.
Yeah, and I think the key word that we're missing here, though, is the permaculture aspect, where we actually don't have to manage something that looks beautiful, or at least minimally manage. So I'm out of time, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Oh yeah, Councillor Hamilton, sorry.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. The responses you provided in the written submissions were very thorough, and this has been a very, I think, good conversation so far. I want to follow up a little bit on what Councillor Stevenson was asking about with respect to the building envelope at Rossdale. What additional investment, like what level of investment would you need on the power plant specifically to get it to any operating capacity? Because I know that there's operating capacities within that, but I'm just looking for some clarification.
Councillor, at the very minimum, there is that unfunded project around 17 or 18 million. Apologies, I don't have it top of my head. That would allow us to look at the structural elements, the building envelope, and would get us a better understanding of what else is required to open the power plant to temporary uses. And then following that, we would really need to understand what is going to be the use to really inform the next steps.
All right. So like I asked because there's of course like basic uses. Say you were putting in something like art, like an art installation, which would require temperature controls, but maybe not much else. But versus say office space, housing, a market, that kind of. So you're saying they would, that just brings you up to sort of closing off the envelope.
Yeah, I would say that's correct, and that potentially, depending on what the capacity within, once we know better what the structure would require in the envelope, we could start addressing some of the other components that would allow us to reopen it. So safety, security, accessibility.
That's helpful. Thank you. Something that I'm hearing sort of an overarching theme of is that there is, I'm going to say, a concern or consideration that some of the projects that are underway would not, if all things being equal, would not have been selected or recommended were we starting from scratch, so to speak. And I mean this in the gentlest way, but they still come recommended. And so I guess I'm looking maybe, and maybe this isn't a fair question to Adam or Andre or anyone else there, but what consideration do you take in still sort of recommending these projects continue?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think from my perspective, the decisions made on all these capital projects were the right decisions at the right time, and I'm not hearing that we need to stop or change them. I think they were made based on sound planning, so we stick by, the reason they're recommended is because we stick by those decisions from a city building perspective, from a priorities perspective, and from council decisions perspective, including some of the decisions that were made last fall. So I think we have to be consistent. I don't think it helps if administration is flipping and flopping back and forth on capital in particular. We have to have some certainty. We have to have some clarity of what's going forward. And that's why, everything that's recommended, we think is the right thing to do in its current form as recommended from a capital planning perspective. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I would concur, and I would just emphasize what I mentioned earlier. When there's a project approved and from an industry perspective, we go down the path of advancing, making reductions at that point in time really create a challenge for us in the future from a pricing perspective. And I think from our perspective, council identified the priorities from previous adjustments, and then within the means that we had, we recommended the budget. So our recommendation is the budget that's in front of you.
So last question, if council was looking to reconsider some of these projects, would you reconsider them piecemeal, or would you say that we should look at the entire sort of collect the whole of our capital priorities?
I think that kind of depends on if council wants, how many they want to look at. If there's one or two, I think we could probably look at those piecemeal. But if council were to say that they were unhappy with the entire capital plan and want to relook at the whole thing, then I think, but I before we go down that road, I would strongly recommend we have an understanding of things like cancellations and impacts of stopping things, and because we would have to go through a long series of contractual agreements and understand what any implications to slowing down or stopping are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Should be my final round, I hope. I had a question in the written response about the Next Generation 911 and supporting the Integrated Dispatch Center. And in the response, it noted that there are a number of system harmonizations to enable the independent integrated dispatch center that currently aren't funded in this budget. So just wanted to get a bit more clarity on that. This was answer 23-036C, if that helps. So again, just wanted to understand how quickly and how far we're advancing the integrated dispatch center. I recognize, I think we're contributing $1.5 million a year on that through community safety and well-being, but it seems like we're not there on the capital side.
Yeah, Councillor, I would say that from an operational perspective, we're advancing very far down the road. We've got all the partners at the table. We've agreed on the project plan. Several of the lead partners have chatted recently about, you know, the capital side and the challenge that's there. And I would say we're kind of looking at two approaches. Can we repurpose existing infrastructure that we own first as a priority to make it easier on the capital side, or lease and things like that? So we're at the point in the project where we're trying to figure out what the most efficient way of doing the building part of this. But in the meantime, moving really far along, I would say, on the operational aspects of it, including the partnerships.
Okay, because yeah, again, the answer seemed to suggest that there were not so much the physical space, but the technical systems to support the work.
Yeah, I think that'll be another part of the capital challenge for sure. But yeah, and I would say we're at the sort of options phase on that right now. But trying not to build. I think several leaders in that group are trying to make sure we don't try to build something that's completely unreasonable from a capital perspective as well. So we're trying to work through that and do something super efficient.
Okay, yeah. But we could potentially anticipate a capital plan coming forward that would focus on the technology piece as well as maybe the physical.
Yeah, I believe so. We're just not there today.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Also, just my question on the tax system upgrades, that was question 23-035C. I was a bit confused because I had asked if there might be benefit in, again, I understand we need to change the system if we want to add additional subclassing, and wondered if we could wrap that into the current scope of work. But then it seemed to suggest that we may need an entirely new system to do that work in the future. And so then I was unclear why we would be investing in upgrading tax.
So we upgrade tax to keep it working on a regular basis. I think what we were trying to convey is if you're going to make a change to tax as significant as rolling in large variations in subclassing, we should look at whether we renew the system first.
So that, I mean, I think that is not what I had understood previously when we'd been talking about the system implications of subclassing. So again, will that, so if that is the case, that we need to look at an entirely new system potentially, does it make sense to proceed with the upgrades to tax in the interim? Because they seem significant, they seem like more than maintenance, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding.
I'll maybe see if Ms. Watt is online. And if she's not, I can probably respond after.
I can ask another question in the meantime.
Sure.
The Train to Wayside project, question 23030C. Just want to clarify, is it possible, even if not preferable, to do the Train to Wayside project with a public network?
Councillor, I believe that we had looked at that, but it wasn't possible to have the public component. This was basically for the operational piece for the train itself.
And we can't make use of the public infrastructure if it were to be installed?
This has to be a separate network on its own for the operation of that train component. But we have been working with other providers to see the potential, and I'm not sure if Mr. Croft is on the line, but we have, with OCT, have talked with potential providers to provide that public service.
Okay, well, I can follow up offline about tax if that's easiest, because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohia. I will try my best to squeeze all my questions in this run.
No, good. We have a lot of time.
Yeah. The first question is still about the funding source, because I do believe it's important for us to ask where's the money from, and is that money available, and how impact our Edmontonians before we spend it. By looking at the funding source and compared to this budget cycle and to the last budget cycle, 2019 to 2022, so this is what I noticed. So the debt financing increased, and from 30% to 34%. And however, the pay-as-go decreased and from 8.3% to 7.2%. So is that fair to say because this pay-as-you-go decrease, we increase the debt financing? So that means increase our debt amounts.
I think it's probably the other way around. Our pay-as-you-go has been
Wonderful.
relatively consistent, but you've approved more with debt, which is just shifting the percentages.
That's good to know. So can you describe a little bit more what specific this means and the pay-as-you-go reduced from last budget cycle to this budget cycle?
So I'm just going from memory here, so hopefully someone can jump in and correct if I get this wrong. So we have a consistent amount built into, or a relatively consistent amount built into pay-as-you-go on an ongoing basis. Some of why pay-as-you-go was lower this time around is that we advanced projects in the pandemic and pre-allocated some of the pay-as-you-go to to projects that fall within this time frame.
Okay, so another related question to pay-as-you-go is why do the Edmonton Police Services pay-as-you-go and Edmonton Public Library pay-as-you-go is not built into this 7.2% pay-as-you-go? What's the specific reason to separate them to the others?
So with EPS and EPL, they actually allocate funding out of their operating budget to cover their capital needs. So it comes directly from their operations. Whereas with the city, we keep that piece separate. So it's more a case of how they account for it. So as they identify needs, they can move money from operating into capital to cover those needs without getting additional money from the city or tax levy.
Okay, thank you. So that's the funding source question. So the next question is related to the industrial development. I know our city is doing some work and then to advance this industrial development, try to get this different economic stream revenue to offset the tax increase. But my question is, because what I heard for the industrial development, is there any specific plan or request in this capital budget to support transportation infrastructure and then in order to achieve that industrial development goal?
There is, Councillor Rice, the improvements along Yellowhead Trail, as well as the overpass at 50th Street.
So that's only two of them is already this approved, right?
Well, I would just add that as part of the MSP program that the province provided during the pandemic, we were able to pave all of the industrial roads in Edmonton.
And then how about for some of the new roads requests in the different area?
Councillor Rice, for new road requests that are in the budget, in terms of funded or unfunded?
So both.
I don't have a list for funded. It was Yellowhead Trail, 50th Street would be my example. The other one that supports industrial development that's unfunded in the budget. I don't think it is unfunded. It was it was at executive committee last week. Is the ramps at 137th Avenue or 137th Avenue on Anthony Henday Drive?
That's unfunded.
That is unfunded. Okay, sure. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry, I cannot finish my last question. I may have to come back.
Come back,
Yep.
no worries. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess I have a few other questions that have come up from others' questions, but just going back to my original question about the composite and the opportunities to sort of break out composites, what does that, I feel like there might be more opportunities since it's a funding envelope as opposed to having contracts or contractors already in place. Am I correct in my assumption?
Sorry, your question was around operating impacts capital.
No. My question was around, can we start to make amendments to say, okay, in this composite, take out these items that maybe are identified as funded 100%? What is the opportunity to start to play with the composites themselves?
My suggestion is for renewal, I wouldn't
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Then it comes down to the growth projects that we've identified, and in our presentation and our budget, we presented them as either legislated or mandated, and that's why they're coming forward as growth projects. It would be council's decision to bring forward amendments to not pursue those projects.
Okay, and so maybe this is to Ms. Padbury, on the follow-up to my question. So for example, in the operating responses on page 171 of my question, I asked what is the capital profile in relation to this operating impact. I think there were some FTEs involved. And the answer was that it was in the composite profile CM 13000 facility service support renewal. So I'm trying to get a sense of how many other FTEs or operating impacts are related to composite profile such as that.
So actually, Harm flagged for me that Appendix D actually includes operating impacts of capital related to the composites.
Okay, perfect.
What it doesn't, I don't think includes is FTEs. It's the operating impacts of capital dollar amount based on those different. So I think that's where my comment that when a project advances to a greater level of detail in terms of getting to checkpoint 3, that would be more defined. But the raw numbers, or not raw numbers, but the broad numbers are there.
Okay. And then I guess I just want to confirm for again, Ms. Padbury, if my understanding is correct through this process, an amendment to top back up that natural area reserve could only come from pay-as-you-go, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be the appropriate funding source, but you could top it up with money on the operating, like you could create pay-as-you-go. You could create money on the operating side to top it up.
Okay. The operating side, not the capital?
Well, pay-as-you-go is actually operating money transferred to capital, so you could either create some, and create's not the right word, but
I get the
fund more pay-as-you-go, and then it would apply there.
Okay, I get the interconnectedness. And then 2 more quick questions. I did ask a question about 127th Street, and it said that the condition was poor, but that there's other roads, arterial roads, that are also in poor condition. When we identify these roads as poor, they're not in the capital budget, at what point do we still do an overlay? Is there any plan for any kind of maintenance work on those? Or, what should we be considering with arterial roads, especially that are in that poor condition rating that aren't in this capital budget?
So they would continue to be treated by operational pothole repair. If there's sections, and Gord could speak to this more specifically, but if there are sections that need a repair, they may do that. But that's essentially the approach, is that it would be addressed that way before it got to the point where it could fit within a renewal program.
Okay. And then the last question, this was coming from some of the answers, was, I guess I see both Lewis and Terwilliger cost escalations as parallel. There's 57 million for scope adjustments, budget adjustments. It's not recommended according to this amendment. And then there's the 41 million for Terwilliger. Why is administration recommending to fund the Terwilliger cost escalation and not recommending to fund the build to budget or the cost escalation for Lewis?
Yeah, from a Terwilliger perspective, it's difficult to parse out different things, I would say. I think the approach that we're taking on Terwilliger is to build the complete project. Whereas our recommendation on Lewis Farms during the development of that program, the elite aquatic element was added in during our programming. And so we looked at that in terms of comparator rec facilities, and we felt like that was an element that we could look at removing to avoid those cost inflations. So really, it's a programming decision. It's difficult to identify programming of a facility versus a road, but that's the rationale that we used.
The rationale behind that would, because to me, they seem like they're both cost escalations on capital projects that are using debt, right? So that's why it comes, I know one is has a partner though, right? The provincial government.
That's correct. That's correct. But I, again, on the facility side, we felt like from a controlling the program from a cost escalation perspective, there's an element in there that we could avoid, and it would be comparable to the other rec facilities that were built in the same fashion.
Okay, and then on April 13th of this year, there was another Terwilliger motion that came forward. It was a tight split, a 6-7 vote defeated for lane realignment. This has nothing to do with, this is not connected, this cost escalation is not in any way related to that, is it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright, please. I just want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's questions around growth composite projects. At what time, what stage we would get a sense that some of these projects would be probably 100% city responsibility, not many opportunities for matching, such as fire halls, because there are a number of fire halls that are part of the growth composite. I want to get a sense that if you only have $200 million of unconstrained debt available, and then if that room is used, then we wouldn't have much for next number of years, right? And these will be legislatively mandated infrastructure projects that we would have to build. At what time would we get a sense on what the future cost of those projects going to be to complete at high level, and what the source will be to complete to fund them?
I'm just trying to understand, Mayor. So the projects that are identified within the growth composite for delivery, when will we have a better understanding of the costs?
The total cost to build them. For example, take the example of Walker Fire Hall, right? It has a design stage.
Yes.
But it's going to cost approximately, how much does it cost to build a fire hall? Now.
Tough to answer with this inflation, but $20 to $30 million.
So they say $30 million, right? We will borrow probably to build that fire hall?
No.
Okay, how would you fund it?
We're identifying, and I'll ask our finance folks to help me with this, but I believe it's identified as pay-as-you-go or MSI or local government framework, fiscal framework.
Okay, so it's come out of that, right? So what I want to understand is that what are the implications of using the debt to its capacity within this budget cycle, and how would that constrain our ability to build projects into the future budget cycles if debt is required to build them, and they're legislatively required to do so? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So if you've bumped up against the unrestricted tax-supported debt limit of 18%, you can still build projects with debt, but you require projects with a matching funding source. But it definitely does constrain you. But again, it would depend on the type of project that you were building and what the funding source was. If we've typically funded fire halls with Municipal Sustainability Initiative or LGFF, it really does depend on the project that's being built.
And hopefully we'll probably have a better deal with some of our partners with province and feds for the little bit more support on infrastructure, so that might create some room, right? Because Premier did promise to let municipalities keep all of the property taxes, so that hopefully helps. My next question is related to affordable housing capital profile of $91 million that is needed. What would be the implication if we say we use the surplus, part of surplus, to fund for 1 year, right? 2023, that gives up some money, but then we give you a direction, council give you a direction to find the balance of that over the next 3 years, right? Or come up with a strategy to fill that gap of between, say, $22 million allocated from surplus and then balance of that with other funding sources that will come back to us.
Yeah, I don't think we would have an issue with that. You'd be able to use the surplus for housing, which you consider to be an emergent item, and that would give us enough to start the work in the first year.
Okay, got it. Okay, we'll think about that. Okay, I locked myself out here in minutes. Councillor Rice, you're next. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton, you're next. Sorry, I'll come back to Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. One of the things I wanted to touch on was something that I think Adam or Mr. Laughlin, you touched on at the end of the last round, which was that there's reputational risk as well as contractual risk to either rescoping or canceling in progress projects. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, when we get direction from council that a project has been approved and we proceed. And so that includes getting, in the case of some of our more complex projects, contractors on board immediately to help us with the approach to building them. It's a model that we call construction management. So not only are design consultants on our board, our hopefully future contractors are on board as well. They don't take an approach where they bid just for the advisory services alone. They bid on the basis of every opportunity to advance to the next stage of construction, which is what they're in the business for. So when we get into a situation where we've made commitments, procured projects, and we consider canceling them or adjusting them, it really sends a wave through industry around certainty that projects will advance with the city of Edmonton.
And I think that's really helpful context. And it probably, unless you would address some of the strategic and statutory work that's been done, anything that's like it's not like the need was dreamt up by someone somewhere. Like usually these projects evolve as the culmination of a decade or more of strategic and statutory planning. Is that accurate?
Yes, kind of goes back to there's a long list of projects we'd like to advance, and through the years, councils have invested in getting designs completed, and they're all on the premise of advancing projects that are for the good of the city.
Yeah. So, and I want to grab into that city building context as well, because what I've noticed over 5 or so years is that oftentimes those kinds of large scale capital decisions don't come to council unless it does have a city building context. Is that accurate? I mean, because the local stuff gets built into composites, right?
Well, so we take any capital project that we recommend, council has a view on them advancing or not. And in a composite, we've improved in terms of listing what those projects are, but council always has the opportunity to assess whether they should advance or not.
That's fair. I guess I like to clarify. I meant more standalone projects.
Standalone projects, yes. Standalone projects come with a lot of rigor related to how does this tie into city building? You use the words. Where is this from a priority perspective? Some of the projects come on the basis of getting grant funding from other orders of government to advance projects. So there's, these capital projects that are ultimately approved by council are advanced on the basis of council decisions that both from administration and council can identify a priority on the basis of building our great city.
Oh, and I think that's really helpful context, because the sort of back to where I started, it's based on a need, and if you unfund that need, the need stays at that priority level, correct?
That's correct.
Unless council undertakes a significant policy, for instance, review, or decides to completely change a strategic approach.
That's correct. And I think what you could see on some of the unfunded projects, projects that have been advanced to a design stage, you will see that at a time there was a different view strategically. There was a lot of projects identified for road widening, but arterial road widening, but they're not advancing because there's been a change in sort of strategic view, not to just pick on road widening, but there are many arterial road projects that have advanced to a design phase that are not recommended in this budget because it does reflect that a changing view of council from a priority perspective.
Great. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my last question and then is about the balance between the previous approved existing project and approved new projects. So I would like to give a little bit of content on this. What I heard, and then through my own budget survey, and I spoke to the people at the door steps. So people keep asking, so my constituents keep asking the question, say, can we focus on to finish what they already approved the project? And then I think the risk, and you already mentioned if we're not finishing them. And then instead of approve more and more new projects, because that approved new project in this budget cycle will become less budget cycle for the previous approved. But if you look at this budget cycle, it's already 57% of budget and used for the previous approved. We don't want that continuing. So then my question is, I know this question a little bit big. We may not get a very comprehensive answer, but I just want to try put this question there and then to reflect people's asking. Is there any strategy and in place or any policy level approach in place, and our city from long-term perspective, we can keep that balance right and between the complete the existing previous approved budget and then approve new budget?
So maybe I'll start. What you see in this budget, and is not uncommon in previous budgets, is the city, by nature of what we build a lot of very long-term natured projects. So projects like the LRT and projects like Yellowhead that span across the cycle. And I just wanted to be clear that we're not spending future cycle money in that. When we get approved for projects like Yellowhead Trail and LRT, we're getting federal and provincial funding specific for those projects. Then we're allocating a piece of ours. And so the carry forward of that into another cycle is the length of the project. It doesn't necessarily take away from because we're doing those, though, doesn't mean that we still don't have to attend to the renewal needs that are elsewhere throughout the city.
I understand as a project length, yes, so I think low question for that, and because that some project, the big project may carry over across like 2 or 3 budget cycles. That is no question for that. But the question is, but when we approve the new project, can we carefully consider what's existing already there? And what's the timeline to finish what's existing? What is the funding resources available or request to finish that? And then so my question is more about, is not financial, is more about the strategy or strategic approach and how we do this.
Yeah, so adding to Stacey's response, taking out those large-scale projects that come with other orders of government, the approach that we take, and Stacey mentioned this previously with a capital budget, it's different from operating, is on the basis of the funding that's available, that's unconstrained, that we allocate it fully, to all of the project priorities that we're able to deliver. And you mentioned it earlier, as the biggest chunk of our allocation of unconstrained is going to renewal in this 4-year budget cycle. Probably not as much as anybody would like to see happen, but it gets fully allocated to the priorities in the organization. So it's a bit different from operating in the sense that within your 4 years, what do you have available? And you allocate it fully. So that's the approach that we take and have taken with all of our 4-year capital budgets.
So is that a way, and this question actually is directly from my constituent, is that a way, and then we can focus on complete, fully existing budget and without consider some new project?
I don't think we'll ever be in a position where we've completely finished the last 4-year budget before starting this 4-year budget. It really, these projects you'll approve them as the 4 years. Some of them may not start until the 3rd year of the 4th year. So there is very much a layered approach to the building of capital to ensure that we have both the financial capacity and the organizational capacity to do the projects, but that means they span multiple cycles.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lockman, I just wanted to discuss a little bit about what you were talking about. Maybe some of the profiles not being able to unfund ones that are funded in the budget because of, contractual or legal reasons. But how do we know which ones we can maybe unfund? Do we just ask you? Or is it just recommended that we don't touch any of the profiles?
Councillor Principe, it's Andre here. I think I just want to start by saying we've done a lot of work on the capital profiles and what we have recommended to be in the profiles. We really stand behind, and we think that's what we've recommended. So we wouldn't recommend that any of the funded packages be unfunded at all. And we while there's unfunded packages there, we couldn't have room to do them. So what you're seeing in the capital plan with Terwilliger and all the other projects are things that is our best recommendation from administration. So, that's what we think is the right thing to do. So we wouldn't give you other ideas on unfunded because we think these are the best ideas in terms of what should be funded. I don't know, Adam, if you want to clarify that.
No, the budget that's in front of you is the recommended budget. From administration's perspective, if council has questions about particular projects and should they look at them from a stopping the work perspective, for each project we can identify the risks associated with that. But from our perspective, the recommended budget that we have in front of you is the recommended budget. So we wouldn't recommend, and nor is it our place to suggest that you should revisit previous council decisions or projects that have already been approved. That's council. What we can identify for you is what are the impacts of revisiting those decisions.
And Councillor Principe, this is Michelle Pliff here. I think we can also provide you advice at the right time and maybe in an private session about the legal implications. We've got buckets, every project has consultants, construction, and funding agreements. So the impacts are quite varied. And you know, some of those agreements have a more significant impact than others.
Right, okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I think that will be very helpful, Michelle, that information, because there are a lot of questions being asked around previous project approved by previous council, you know, Yellowhead, Terwilliger, Metro Lines, and Valley Line is not part of that. And then we gave approval in the last update, last budget, supplemental budget, to Lewis Farm, Carnation, Ambleside, Valley Zoo, Nature's Backyard, right? It'll be good to get an understanding. What is the reputational risk? What is the contractual risk in a private setting? So we get a good understanding, right? So,
Mr. Mayor, would you prefer a memo in advance or a presentation in private
I
session?
think memo will be good, because then if there are more questions from our council members, right? Because we might have to cancel some of these projects, right? But we need to understand what the risk is, right?
Okay, we'll work on that.
'cause
We've
otherwise
done
we
an
won't-
initial analysis, but a bit of a deeper dive.
Yeah.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, because otherwise we wouldn't have money to do priorities that I heard from Edmontonians during the election, right? And others heard from Edmontonians, which are housing, climate change, and you know, some other work that needs to be done, right? So I think we'll be good to understand. So we are actually going in with open eyes, the consequences of canceling, and if we have to cancel, then we need to know the consequences, right? So
Will do.
yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
good. Okay, so that brings us close to 5 o'clock. We will stop here, and we will resume back our conversations Wednesday, right?
Wednesday at 9:30.
Wednesday at 9:30, and a lot to think about during the weekend and leading up to Wednesday. Okay.
Sorry, just a quick point,
Sorry.
just a point of order process for
Yeah.
what we can expect coming Wednesday. It seems like the questions have been asked on this, so would it be fair to assume that Wednesday is when we would begin putting forward our amendments and start the debate on amendments, just so we're not
I think there might be more questions, but it would be good idea for council members to start putting forward their amendments on Wednesday.
Because at that point, once amendments are on the floor, you can ask questions of those amendments. So
Yes,
we don't
absolutely.
I just want to make sure I'm.
Absolutely,
Thank you. That's helpful.
absolutely. Got
Appreciate
it. Okay. All right, until then, we are on the recess, right? Yeah, not adjourned, on the recess.